See, the topic is not challenging, it is very simple. It becomes challenging when question is asked. Right. So, and people write flat answer. वैसे भी मार्केट में फ्लैट ऑफर्स आते हैं. Flat answer means they will write about NHRC, 1 page, about all blah blah things. Then they will write कि इतने कुछ अच्छा काम भी किया है, blah blah things. Then it has some criticisms. Then what should be done? That is a common standard, basically, that people have started writing answers. Which has no any, let's say that कि hardly they will say कि human right होता क्या है, hardly they will say कि क्यों important है. Look, answers should have also, let's say that कि many things there. But hardly you will find in answers it is written कि why it is important, what is human right. Hardly they will link with administration, public administration. It's a flat answer. So not a problem. Concerns are also flat, answers are also flat. So as far as topic is concerned, it is not very, means ki whatever we'll talk, right. You have to also study in your GS paper. There is no any difference in GS and public administration. The only thing is that yes, we have benefit of freedom to talk and use the term public administration. Right. So this way. There are so many types of rights that we have. Again, it is a bit GS type to just make you clear. We have constitutional rights, we have fundamental rights, we have natural rights, and we have human rights. So at least 4 types of rights that we have. So constitutional rights means ki whatever rights mentioned in the constitution. This fundamental rights means ki a constitution gives fundamental rights to citizen. For fundamental rights, constitution is a necessity. This, so if there is any constitution, so that constitution mentions some of the rights which are considered fundamental for the realization of any person potential aspiration in any state. So those fundamental rights are linked to why state came into existence and democracy and why people decided to be governed by state, and once they decided, so they should have some rights in that state they should enjoy. So both fundamental rights and constitutional rights both have legal dimension. So if a country has constitution, people can have some constitutional rights, and if that country in that constitution it has defined fundamental rights which are political rights largely, so that can be considered fundamental rights, like fundamental rights in India, fundamental rights in US, and fundamental rights in Nepal. The Nepal is the country which has adopted the most recent constitution. We were in the middle of that, and first country is US. If you see the differences in their fundamental rights, so US has absolute type of fundamental rights, and from there we have also adopted our fundamental rights. If you take Nepal, so Nepal has included some of the DPSP rights also as fundamental rights. Since it is writing a constitution almost after 60-70 years of our constitution, so further development, if you take South African constitution, so it has also right to information in its constitution. So because it also adopted its constitution late, therefore let's that fundamental rights can differ country to country. It depends what a state has written fundamental rights, and largely they are political in nature. But fundamental rights are guaranteed rights belonging to citizen, that if you are a citizen of the country, so you enjoy that fundamental right. So it means it will be bound by the territorial aspect of a country. Like what are fundamental rights we enjoy here, so we may not enjoy in any other country, and the same other countries persons cannot enjoy fundamental rights in our country. These are, let's say, constitutional and fundamental rights. Now if you take natural rights, so natural rights are natural justice. These things have just evolved out of society. The way human has evolved, society has evolved. This, so natural rights, that people have some natural rights, like say that right to life, right to water, like this. So similarly, natural rights is because of human nature or nature of the society. From there we derive. But when we talk human rights, they are different from all rights. Simply because human rights are those rights which we enjoy as being born as human. Since we are born as human, so then human has some inalienable rights. That has been recognized by modern system of our society. So since human is common, universal, the human is in India also, we are, let's say that if we are counted as human, so we can be also counted in US also as human. It means that human rights will be universal. And that's why we have Universal Declaration of Human Rights 1948 by United Nations. So United Nations adopted a resolution that is called Universal Declaration of Human Rights 1948, which we are also signatory to that. Means some human rights are those rights, if we define the human rights or if we identify the human rights, so those human rights will be universal. Universal means a person is entitled for those rights all across the society. And a state is obliged to ensure those human rights, like life, liberty, dignity. These three things are considered. The right to life, or life, let's say that, respect to life, liberty, respect your liberty, or liberty as a right, and dignity. So that should be, let's say that, respected by any state. So a person or a human, let's say that, he carries those rights, and not because of this caste, this religion, this citizen, just simply because we are born as a human. Why? Because every human, United Nations declares in its Universal Declaration that every human is born equal and free. Means free and equal. Every human is born free and equal. It is the society and state thereafter, due to its particular nature of evolution and particular way of its governance, that it is the society and state which impose limitations on different humans, and that results into inequality. That results into many other things. Like a child may be born in a poor family also and a rich family also. Right? Child. But when that child is born, that time its status is equal. Right? But then thereafter, this is how the society, it is the society and others. So that is how human rights, let's say if you talk the basic concept, that every human is born equal and means free and equal, and every human is entitled for life, liberty and dignity. These things have been these things have been incorporated in Universal Declaration of Human Rights, plus United Nations has some other covenants. Let's say convention, you can say convention related to civil and political rights, convention related to women rights, cultural rights, social, economic, cultural rights, political rights. So there are some conventions also of United Nations which have also become basis for recognizing the rights of people, political, social, economic, cultural, across the world as universal rights. So people should enjoy some of the rights or some of the basic rights, and those conventions try to propagate universality and eliminate discrimination on the grounds of, let's say, political, social, economic or cultural. And those conventions have also become basis for propagation of human rights. The most immediate things which became basis for adoption of why we started during 1993. So why we had means this law called Protection of Human Rights in 1993. Why it is not during when Constitution was adopted or thereafter. So it was about Paris Principles. So Paris Principles were adopted in 1991. And as per the Paris Principles, it was mentioned that a state should have efforts to adopt, means it should protect and promote human rights. To protect and promote human rights, it should have an independent institution. So it's to create an independent institution. That institution should be given autonomy, that institution should be empowered, and that institution should help in protection of human rights and promotion of human rights. Since India is a party to that Paris Principle because it was adopted by United Nations in 1993, hence let's implement that convention as we are a party to that. So we also enacted Protection of Human Rights 1993. That is the background, and that's why also we have created National Women Commission. The National Women Commission was also created because protection of human rights you can see in various sectors. So that can be considered as a background for adoption of our, let's say, Protection of Human Rights Act 1993. And these are some brief backgrounds which just you should have in your mind. Then thereafter, let's say that we have to see that what is that NHRC, what are its institutional, let's say that characteristics in terms of composition, appointment, its role, power and functions. And since now we have completed Silver Jubilee, recently it was celebrated in 2017 and 18 means it completed 25 years. So then it is also about 25 years of NHRC. At times a question is asked on NHRC. Means they can ask after 2 years, 3 years, one question on NHRC. As a single topic, it is considered important. And if you take GS also, it is again important. So far, whatever they ask the questions are not challenging since it is related to a law. So you cannot have so much of, variation in the question. You can have some of the variation related to whether how it has worked, its effectiveness, what should be done. These things that we have to know. Some of the positive works we have to know. Some of the negative things we have to know that why it is not able to protect this. And that is what the background that we have to take. So let's write on this. The Protection of Human Rights Act. The Protection of Human Rights Act 1993 was adopted to implement Paris Principles. So that human rights can be protected and promoted through an independent institution. Since then it has become over 25 years, and 26, 27, is over 25 years. And there has been establishment of a macro level of, a national level of awareness about human rights The NHRC has on several occasions intervened for protecting human rights. Its role has helped in creating an ecosystem for protecting the human rights of people and creating a society in which people live dignified life. People live dignified life. However, the challenges have been in terms of nature of political culture, like subject and parochial culture, and a prismatic society, which have posed challenges for Human Rights Commission, posed challenges to Human Rights Commission. Next, the background. Although respect to human in terms of life and dignity is as old as society. That society has always endeavored for a dignified life for people. Like Indian philosophy also promotes universal brotherhood. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Universal brotherhood. However, about recognition of human rights and its promotion in institutionalized manner at national and international level is a modern development. That first United Nations in 1948 declared in 1948 adopted a resolution known as Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Which India is also a signatory. which India is also a signatory. According to this declaration, every human is born free and equal. Every human is born free and equal. And the resolution envisages to ensure the same to all people through international cooperation and promotion of efforts at national level. Next, United Nations has also adopted various other covenants related to political, civil, social, economic, and cultural rights of people, including women. Such covenants eliminate any form of discrimination against human, of which India is also a signatory. Next, in 1991, Paris Principle was adopted. Which became basis for promotion of human rights, in contemporary times through institutional efforts. The Paris Principles had 6 main criteria. First, mandate and competence. Next, autonomy from government. Next, independence. Next, pluralism. Next, adequate resources. Next, adequate powers of investigation. That is, such principles should guide creation of any human right commission by a country. Next, such principles were incorporated in a resolution in a resolution adopted by United Nations in 1993, of which India is also a signatory. India is also a signatory. And it was this resolution which became basis for adoption of the Protection of Human Rights Act. The Protection of Human Rights Act 1993, with two objectives. One, to protect human rights, and second, to promote human rights. In general, human rights are nothing but flowing from every human being born as human, or every person being born as human. Every person being born as human. That is, human rights are linked to birth of people. And since everyone is born free and equal, such rights are considered universal. They are related to life, liberty, and dignity of people. They are related to life, liberty, and dignity of people. The Constitution of India has also incorporated such rights in its value premises. The preamble, the fundamental rights, the DPSPs, and the fundamental duties. The preamble, the fundamental rights, the DPSPs, and the fundamental duties. That human rights cannot be simply linked to one or two provisions of the Constitution, although Article 14, 15, 19, 21 can be considered basis for promotion of life, equality, and liberty, but they are more in essence rather than in terms of these are that provisions that It is the duty of the state. It is the duty of a state to ensure people live dignified life. People live dignified life. Although the state has obligation for welfare of people, and bringing socio-economic development. But in modern and contemporary times, any state or administration performance is measured not only in quantitative term but also in qualitative term, including human rights. That's why the Supreme Court has intervened. Even in very sensitive matters. Like insurgency and role of military. That in its one such judgment, it is stated that even under Armed Forces Special Power Act, military would not enjoy absolute immunity. In RTI Act also, it has been mentioned that if an information is related to security, but there is also issues of human right violations and corruption. Then information shall have to be disclosed. Such developments show the significance of protection of human rights. And for administration, public administration, human rights set don'ts of their conduct, that what they cannot do. And also envisages their role in terms of protecting human rights. Protecting human rights. So this is background. So a bit of that we have tried to also link with human rights, public administration, state, isn't it? Yes. So let's write Basics Protection of Human Rights Act 1993. Basics, which I don't have any motivation. No, basics you should know yourself. You also write in examination, basics examiner should know from Laxmikant. Isn't it? By the way, let me test. So, what are the composition?
Chairperson should be a retired judge.
Judge of district court or high court?
Supreme Court.
So Supreme Court. Yes. आगे और भी कोई है इसका मेंबर? सलमान खान.
The member should be a Supreme Court judge, a High Court Chief Justice, and two other members.
2 other members. Four members, not sure. क्या जरूर?
4 deemed members.
4 deemed members. 1 woman is also.
Sorry, 4
Person belonging to ST.
1 chairperson and 3 members.
Right. Let's write. As per the Protection of Human Rights Act 1993. As per the Protection of Human Rights Act 1993, the composition is as follows. It is a 5-member body. 5-member body consisting of a chairperson and 4 members. 4 members. मेंस में इससे ज़्यादा नहीं लिखना है. So, even writing this will be more. इसलिए you have to write on other dimensions. But what people write? Anyhow, by the time knowledge हो जाता है, isn't it? Prelims, mains. So then we start writing. Anyhow, let's. The chairperson should be retired Chief Justice. Retired Chief Justice. Next, the 2 members should be from judiciary. The 2 members should be from judiciary. 1 judge of Supreme Court, another Chief Justice of a High Court. Next, the 2 other members should have. The 2 other members should have experiences in the field of human rights. Experiences in the field of human rights. How they have destroyed human rights. Next, deemed members. Deemed members. The chairpersons of National Commission for Women, National Commission for Scheduled Caste, Scheduled Tribe, Scheduled Tribe. Next, a secretary who would be IAS, or derived from administration. सेक्रेटरी जरूर होता है सेट करने के लिए. Anyhow, these things are not important. This I'll tell you, even for GS Mains also, but we are telling it just for composition, right? Because you don't have to write in Mains. Mains में आप सिर्फ इतना लिख सकते हैं कि it is a 5-member body headed by, as of now change हो गया है तो headed by a retired senior most judge of Supreme Court. Yes. Or let's say headed by a judicial member, or we say generic sentence. A 5-member body headed by a judicial member. That's all. Means you have to learn how to write basics for all the institutions, not only in Nhrc, be it CAG, Nhrc, Election Commission of India. So if you do not learn it, it is a wastage and it is a challenge. So we have to write in such a way that basics we have written also. We have not written more than needed, less than needed. But without basics you cannot write answers. This, isn't it? Let's write. So composition, selection committee. Next, selection committee. It has selection committee headed by Prime Minister consisting of selection committee headed by Prime Minister consisting of Home Minister, Speaker, Deputy Chairperson, Leader of Opposition of both houses. तो जो समझ में आता है लिखो. Chairperson by Prime Minister, Home Affairs means Home Minister, Speaker, Deputy Chairperson of the Rajya Sabha and Leader of Opposition from both houses. So it has a selection committee consisting of 5 members. Yes? Yes. Next. Appointment. The President of India appoints on the recommendations of selection committee. The President of India appoints on the recommendations of selection committee. For a term of 5 years, or 70 years of age, as long as you can remain alive. Removal, right? Removal. The grounds of removal have been mentioned. Grounds of removal have been mentioned, and President is the removal authority. President is the removal authority. Hence, there is security of tenure. Security of tenure. Note, NOT note, 101 rupee note. नया आया अभी. इसलिए 1 रुपया अलग से देना पड़ता है, isn't it? स्पेशल ऑर्डर है मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फाइनेंस ड्यूरिंग नवरात्रि. सो कोई फास्ट है नवरात्रि में? कोई नहीं.
Fast dictation.
Yes, sir.
राइट. यस, दिन में 3 बार खा लेते हैं. अभी तक तो फास्ट ही है. क्या बात है. राइट. ऐसा भी नहीं होना चाहिए. एनीहाउ 1 बजे तक फास्ट होना चाहिए. नो, ब्रेकफास्ट एंड लंच दोनों एक साथ. स्टूडेंट लाइफ में ऐसा ही होना चाहिए. टाइम एंड कॉस्ट सेविंग.
Life saving.
दिस इज व्हाट इट इज. वैसे भी आजकल जो फिलॉसफी चल रहा है वो कि 14 आवर्स का गैप होना चाहिए. नो, मतलब नेचुरोपैथी वालों ने, बाबा लोगों ने किया है ऐसा. राइट. 14 आवर्स का फास्ट, 16 आवर्स का फास्ट. राइट. दिस तो खाना आप 6 बजे खा लीजिए. 6 इवनिंग. राइट. दिस anyhow. So,
सर आपके रोए चल रहे हैं.
but I am not. Very difficult. Very challenging. Yes, because let's forget about this. Why you did that? Right.
Any sugar or BP? तब तो बहाना चलता है.
No, I had on Sunday. I would be on tomorrow, right? But I used to be in past. Nowadays, see, its routine is so difficult to follow. Either you can do fast or you can do teaching. Both it is not possible. Right? Because routine is that you have to eat early morning, like say by nowadays it is 4:30 around 4:45, 4 like this. Before that you have to eat. Means you have to eat between 6:40 to 4:40. It is very challenging. Then you cannot sleep properly. If you cannot sleep properly, so one day you can do that, 2 days you can do that. No, either you have Ramdev Baba type of health. Although every year I say, put my resolve कि no ऐसा होना चाहिए, but it's very difficult. If routine is a bit changed, means we cannot change that. Means you get at least 6 hours sleep, then it is manageable, but very difficult. Then yes, nowadays let's keep our lifestyle and health etc. they are certainly not that better. So that is also last 2 years COVID challenges have also made life and health very, let's say, different. So I used to at least do 15-20 minutes of let's warm up type. So that also I have not been doing for quite some time because of things, routines have changed. The session has got delayed, you know it. Time, I used to teach 2 batches or 3 batches at times. But we are teaching for through 2 years 3 batches because of changes in sessions. And at times I teach 4 batches also during men's time. So that is how it is. But now things will change from this June. We guess if Corona does not come.
So I'm audible. So
Means I am not audible or you are not audible? What you are saying?
I'm asking you. I'm audible.
Yes.
I'm audible to you.
Yes, quite audible.
Sir, as you know, our session has been delayed by 6 or 7 months. So it was a request by all the students of public administration.
No, already I think is ki you have sent a mail. See, mail has been sent. The office would be responding to that in your favor.
But sir, you are the main authority.
When we are saying ki office will respond in your favor, so have trust. Not what more you want. Right.
Yes, sir. Just a positive response from your side, sir.
So it's positive. The office will respond in your favor. Already I have told what to respond. It will be in your favor.
It's a very diplomatic response.
Is it? मुझे लगता है बहुत ही सिंपल आंसर है.
Generalized way of answer writing things.
I think the management will talk to you and they will, whatever you have respected, it has been considered. Whatever you have requested, though that things have been considered. This. Let's do not talk in class.
Okay, sir.
Right. But
After class, we can discuss somewhat. So because it's very hard and difficult for us, it's a big issue. That's why we are
see, when we are saying ki whatever you have requested, so that has been taken into consideration. So I guess ki that should be clear. You should know what you have requested. Are you clear about what you have requested?
Yes, sir, we are clear.
Yes.
I'm trying to extend the lecture.
So that has been taken into consideration. So have trust. Right.
Okay, sir, we are trusting you.
Yes, let's write next. अब किसी ने लक्ष्मीकांत पढ़ लिया है तो let's write it. 3 years. We are writing as per 1993. You are saying as per 2018. Right. This. So because of that. See, as far as your sleep is concerned, so you are young. मतलब relatively, isn't it? So for you, ये तो 24 आवर भी आप पढ़ सकते हैं. आपके लिए वो नहीं लागू होता है. Isn't it? You can read 24 hours also. I have record of 43 hours. Anyhow. So, human has unbound capacity. आप कितना set करते हैं? Means somebody has written that कि 6 hours मतलब सोना पड़ता है, वो भी टाइम नहीं मिलता है, तो क्यों मिलेगा टाइम? अभी तो पढ़ने का टाइम है. Right. So जब पढ़ने का टाइम है, last 2 years you have to study. Sorry, last 2 months means coming 2 months you have to study. The coming 2 months में क्या होता है? Let's say time, sleep hours, etc. Hardly it matters. What matters is your junoon to qualify prelims. Right? वो होना चाहिए. So sleep does not matter for you at that stage. या किसी का भी जब कोई concern होता है, if you have set high goals, so then sleep, let's say normal routines do not matter. You can get, means you can be awake, and still it can be also fresh. When time comes, study to your best potential. Don't follow routines, normal routines, but don't disturb your routines. You have to understand this. You have to have a routine that you get proper sleep. Otherwise, mains will be difficult. This. But you have to study to your best potential. इसलिए कि अगर आप प्रॉपर स्लीप नहीं होगा मेंस के टाइम में, यू कैन नॉट रिकॉल, यू कैन नॉट राइट. बट सिंस यू आर यंग एट दैट स्टेज, सो यू कैन स्टडी टू एन एक्सटेंट. डिपेंड्स कि हाउ मच जुनून यू हैव, नो, हाउ मच passionate you are about your goal. So that is what it is. Anyhow, let's write Human Rights Commission. Yes, notes. आया नहीं अभी. Right. The Protection of Human Rights Act 1993. The Protection of Human Rights Act 1993 has also similar provisions for state human rights commissions. State human rights commissions. Commissions in terms of composition. Selection committee, appointment, term and removal. Some differences are first, 3 members instead of 5. Next, appointment is done by governor. But the removal is by president. Why we are saying it? Because there can be a question if they ask something. So far they have not any question relating to NHRC and State Human Rights Commission. If a question is asked, a bit of that you should know about State Human Rights Commission. Next, independence. Right. Since Human Rights Commission is a statutory body, and has other conditions and it meets other conditions. It meets other conditions of independence. Like first, selection committee for transparency. Next, a collegial type of body. Next, has status of a civil court, and its 3 members are from judiciary. Like security of tenure. security of tenure. Next, has suo motu power to take up matters related to human rights violations. Take up matters related to human rights violations. Hence, it can be considered as an independent institution. It can be considered as an independent institution. Independent institution. And it comes in the category of CVC, Central Information Commission, and some regulatory bodies enjoying independence. Next, power and functions. Power and functions. Power and functions. It has been given a very wide jurisdiction. Related to promotion and protection of human rights, for which it enjoys following powers. First, suo motu powers to take up any matters related to human right violation, and also receive complaints from citizens. Next, it has power of civil court. Hence, it is also considered as a sort of quasi-judicial body, which can enforce its summons. Next, it has powers to first intervene in any matters related to human rights, including court proceedings, with permission from courts. Next, recommend compensation to victims and recommend to government to take measures. Next, can order any investigation related to human rights violations. Right. By police agency. Next, it can itself visit any such place. It can itself visit any such place, office, organization, which function under the state, which function under the state, like prisons, police station. Next, let's. Yes, separate point. Its role and functions are also. Its role and functions also include. First, review of government laws, rules, policies, so that necessary steps can be taken for bringing changes in laws and policies for protection of human rights. Next, educating society and creating awareness. Educating society and creating awareness about human rights through first publications, research studies. Next, public awareness programs, campaigns. Next, separate point. It submits also annual report. To President of India. Which is expected to be laid down in Parliament so that there is debate and discussion. Now, so many things we are writing related to power and functions. How to understand, how to write. You cannot write all these things. Right. So, you can simply, let's say that club some of the things, like say suo moto. This. So you should write in very brief, like suo moto powers that can receive complaints, intervene, and recommend compensation. This order for inquiry. That is one, and civil court. Then this we say that education, publication, this annual report, this. Yes.
The publication of research papers, मतलब ये सब लोग करते हैं NHRC?
Yes. Because writing details, question is not demanding. Try to understand. Otherwise, you will not be able to focus on the question which has been asked. So, at best, इसके लिए अगर आपको कोई जगह नहीं मिल रहा है, एक रेक्टेंगल बनाओ ऐसे, and शुरू में ही लिख दो power and functions of NHRC, ताकि you are free with this. Right. There are several ways to enrich the answer in the same space. It all depends that your level of preparedness, how much content you incorporate. Or you can write this, no, NHRC, etc. एक पेज तो जाएगा ही जाएगा. This. In fact, people write till 1.5 page, 2 pages. 2 पेज के बाद 1.5 पेज के बाद वो शुरू करता है जो क्वेश्चन पूछा गया है उस पे लिखना. This. So this is what you should learn. It's not key everything you can write, not important. Each and every function you can write, but because these things are related to more of a role related to an institution, for this is promotion and this is related to powers. It gets powers, right? Okay, this is so motor power, intervention, complaints, etc. Yes. So let's write on this. Means what we are saying is, just to explain, so motor means it can take itself. Right? Self-initiative. You can find how human rights violations happen and NHRC comes into action. And it can seek reports. So at base, basically it keeps seeking reports from various government organizations and sectors. Yes, it can itself carry out prima facie investigation. General investigation can be carried out by NHRC itself. When it demands a specialized investigation, which demand, let's say an investigating agency should investigate, then it orders for investigation by police. So it does not. It has its own investigation wing, but it does not have investigation body. This. It is dependent on state police or government investigation role, and it can ask. It scrutinizes various things. It can visit prisons and lockup and police station. Basically, let's say that administration is the major source of violation of human rights. Administration. सबसे ज़्यादा human rights violations administration से ही होता है. Right. And that's also police. That's why its more focus has been on police. Various types of, let's say, issues and etc. is related. So then it can recommend, if any victim it finds it has jurisdiction over various laws, and it can give recommendation for compensation. Any victim has suffered because of human rights violations, so it can recommend compensation. Even it can intervene in court proceedings. Suppose a court proceeding is going on related to, and it finds that there is human rights violation, with permission of court it can intervene. It can send reports to the government to take action. And when it itself, let's say that wants to adjudicate, summon people, then it has the power of civil court and it can enforce its summon. Simply when we give any institution power of civil court, so it can enforce its summon. Its order, it has nothing to related with its order. It has related to its summons. The summons it sends to various members, etc., and they have to attend that summons, they have to give witness, they have to work as witness, produce information. In that case, it can do. Some of the characteristics would be common to other organizations. So, an intelligent way to prepare such topics that you can write all institutions at one place. all that institutions that we have, NHRC, CAG, UPSC, Election Commission of India, means constitutional body, statutory body, and you can write there, let's say that composition, tenure, appointment, selection committee, and some of the powers that they have. You will find that they have some common powers. So that will enhance your understanding that you don't have to memorize individual. Rather, you will have some common understanding. And in GS also you have to study, and already questions 2 times in GS related to, let's say, statutory bodies and appointment, etc. questions have been asked. In prelims also questions are asked. So it's better that you prepare at one place yourself, and that will give you better understanding regarding the basics of such institutions. Then as far as research and publications are concerned, so yes, it has, you can do also post-graduation in human rights, protection of human rights, so that you can violate human rights. So it has a PG diploma basically. It gives PG diploma in human rights, protection of human rights. It has various types of publications, research papers. It publishes, you can say this is called, publishes its annual report, and it has campaigns. Let's say nowadays it has portal also, website. Regularly they are updated also. An online system of complaint, let's say people can file complaint online also. So all these things have been done, which you can yourself add those other extra features while writing, but yes, they should not, let's say, replace your main content. It holds conferences, different places, even awareness campaign also. Even nowadays it has also celebrating a Human Rights Day. Right. So there is celebration of Human Rights Day also. It is giving awards to the people also on Human Rights Day like this. So many things are happening. Let's see, if you talk as far as awareness campaign is concerned, protection of human rights are concerned. So this we can consider. Let's write down. Working of National Human Rights Commission. Working of National Human Rights Commission. Now, so how it has worked in your eyes? What do you think? Have you heard about NHRC? No.
So it goes when all the things are happening. Mostly in nature.
Mostly?
Recommendatory in nature.
Recommendatory in nature.
सर वॉयलेंस के बाद जब सब हो जाता है उसके बाद जाते हैं, बस 2-3 दिन न्यूज़ में रहते हैं, फिर रिपोर्ट कुछ का कंक्लूजन नहीं निकलता.
They have made us aware. They have made us aware about our human rights.
We are aware about human rights.
Sir, to some extent, sir, we are aware.
Right. Yes.
It can only take cases of less than 1 year, like the cases that had happened in only 1 year. It can only take those cases.
So we are aware, but not the general people. Like because we study, so we are aware, but nothing.
So if you take when we have created this institution with powers have been given, so it has, yes, true that it has generated awareness about human rights,
That compensation.
and it has taken lots of measures also related to all different walk of life, like let's say prisons. It has visited prisons. It has recommended for improving the conditions of people in prisons and protecting their human rights. They have visited in mental hospitals throughout the country, whatever the mental hospitals we have, and there they have tried to work with those mental hospitals and try to protect their rights of the inmates in that. It has established a centralized mechanism, centralized monitoring system for all those mental hospitals. It has help in widows' rights in Vrindavan, means Mathura, their protection of human rights, because you know that at times in past reported that how their human rights etc. It has protected the rights of vulnerable sections of society, especially women, and related to various types of some diseases, and then human rights, let's say that AIDS, and people working and they were denied jobs and they were denied, let's say that wages also. So you'll find that there have been issues related to women and workplace related harassments etc. So it has promoted gender justice and human right protection in that sector. Then its work, if you take in terms of protection of human rights to vulnerable sections of society, weaker sections of society, certain categories. So yes, it has been taking and it has been also effective in those areas. Steps have also been taken. Second important area of its success we can consider that are creating awareness is called police administration or administration in general. So police administration, and it has worked with police and it has given recommendations related to, let's say, lockup dates and human right violations and taking action, fake encounters and taking action, investigations related, biasness in investigation or non-investigation, riots, conflicts, social conflicts areas, conflict zone, and those area protection of human rights. So it is another important area where the Human Rights Commission has worked, and human rights means protection of human right has become at least a kind of means it has become in the conscience of the administration that there is also human right, or there is a body called Human Rights Commission. Like it has taken up several matters which can be, let's say that also considered from other side, but it is Human Rights Commission when it was created in 1993. So human right violation during Khalistan movement and by police administration in state of Punjab. So those cases were opened. And many police officers and, let's say, police personnel were punished because of human rights violation in Punjab. So similarly, it has taken up matters related to Naxalites and surrender issues and police role in those Naxalite infested area. It has taken up cases related to riots and including, let's say, Gujarat riots. It was National Human Rights Commission intervention that the cases were transferred from Gujarat to Maharashtra. And the trials, etc. So it ensured that there is a fair trial. So these are some, let's say, that cases we can consider in terms of its intervention. So it has intervened related to civil, political, cultural, social, economic rights of the people and protecting it, including women rights, and at the same time it has worked with administration in terms of creating awareness, and in administration now it remains in their conscience that we have to also protect human rights. Means our action should also be guided by protecting the human rights of the people. Means we should not only maintain law and order, but law and order should also be law and order should also be maintained along with taking into consideration the human rights of people. So that similarly, it has no jurisdiction on Armed Forces Special Power Act. So in some area, as some conflicting zone and on the Armed Forces Special Power Act, it does not have jurisdiction. Still, it has worked with society and civil society and judiciary, so that in that area also we can have protection of human rights. So that way we can consider about human rights. Plus it publishes annual reports. So when it publishes annual report and publications, campaign, awareness, so that has also resulted into a sort of creating awareness about human rights. And let's say that whenever several types of incidents happen where human rights violation happen, yes, it sends, it summons or it seeks reports from those agencies or that place or institution. So in a way we can say that there is a culture of working on protection of human rights, and it has celebrated also 25 years, and on 25 years, let's say its success, etc. Prime Minister also addressed that Silver Jubilee celebration of 25 years. So we can say that there has been institutionalized effort, or we have tried to institutionalize protection of human rights and protect people's human rights and also let's create awareness related to human rights. These things can be considered in positive. Let's write on that. Therefore, Human Rights Commission National Human Rights Commission since 1994, because it came into office 1994, has worked in different walk of life, including union and state administrations, especially police administration, for protection of human rights. Like some of the major sectoral initiatives. Are related to first administration, that it should incorporate in its way of functioning, and interface with people, including its work culture, about protection and promotion of human rights. Next, police administration. In terms of its prisons, police station premises and lockup, police station premises and lockup, police investigation, filing of FIR, fake encounters, that NHRC has highlighted violation of human rights by police administration and recommended actions and measures. Next, interventions in cases related to fair trials, especially communal riots, caste conflicts, and discrimination based on social, economic, cultural grounds. For instance, human right violation cases related to Khalistan movement and role of police in Punjab. Gujarat riot, and transfer of cases to Maharashtra. For fair trials. Next, efforts in social sector. Next separate point, efforts in social sector to protect human rights of vulnerable sections of society. To protect human rights of vulnerable sections of society. Like first, intervention in Vrindavan for protecting rights of widows. Next, adoption of a centralized supervision and monitoring system. Adoption of a centralized supervision and monitoring system for mental hospitals. Supervision and monitoring system for mental hospitals. Protection of human rights related to shelter homes, rehabilitation centers. Next, rights of women related to workplace equal wages, and those who are affected with HIV/AIDS. Next, it has, next separate point, it has worked very actively in promotion and democratic education related to human rights. Like PG diploma, annual report, publication of research papers. Next, within that, public awareness and campaign. Including nowadays celebration of Human Rights Day. Next, when it gives recommendations to government, although they are not binding, but the government shall have to give a statement of reasons why recommendations have not been accepted. Therefore, to some extent, it can be considered that NHRC has played a very significant role significant role in promotion and protection of human rights, promotion and protection of human rights, and creating awareness not only among citizens, but also in government and administration. It has put in conscience and consciousness of government and people about human rights. That is what we can say. Now let me tell again that when we write points, you may have observed that we write by adopting a framework. Right? Because there can be 10 points, there can be 15 points. But when we adopt a framework, you can reduce it to 5 points, 6 points, 7 points. So you should learn to adopt also framework to write. Right? Framework gives mota-moti heading also, let's say that. Like say we say administration, its role in field of administration, role in field of police administration, role is related to social justice, role related to awareness, education. So these things become a sort of subheadings. So you can club your that 10, 15 points in 6, 7 points or 4, 5 points. And even if you do not write further sub-points more, but it will be more impressive, it will be more, let's say that comprehensive than people randomly keep writing जो भी याद आता है, जैसे भी याद आता है. Right? Because we have seen it, we have felt it कि क्यों selection नहीं होता है. Right. So this is how, let's say, and thereafter we may not have interface with you so intense like the way we have in the class. So you should not get misguided by all these daily answer writing practices. Right. Because right. It's not about criticizing, it's about, let's say that you should have certain depth in your content. This. And the content should have certain message, certain pattern. It should not have just a randomness. Otherwise, all the answers are going to be same. Anyhow, there can be so many also success stories of a committee or a commission, but we cannot write all points. Right. Remember is that you have to train your mind in that way. Right. If you train your mind with a framework, you should study approach with a framework type. So then your mind will accordingly adopt. And accordingly it will think. Right. If you will not train your mind in that way, the way you train your mind, it becomes like that. This. And it is not challenging. Why it is not challenging? Because you can club all institutions at one place. Right. How you prepare in intersectoral preparation? You can club, there are so many institutions you can club at one place. Then it will minimize the content. This way you can remember it. And such approaches would help in others also. Also you have to have a framework to write. Suppose you are writing National Commission for Women. Again you have to have a framework to write. What are the achievements of that National Commission for Women? This. Anyhow, so retention demands repeated revision. This. Right.
Sir, can you make that box?
Yes.
The box that you have made.
Yes, you can make it. Such box will take result into having more content in the same space, limited space. This. It demands that you should have more content. Anyhow, so let's say that it has work in different walk of field, different, let's say that areas, sectors, etc. No. Like, I guess we have downloaded one annual report, so let's see that how it has worked. It's a report of 2018-19. Means you can see that thereafter a report has not come. So that is how institutions, they are not highly, means पूरे कोविड में क्या हुआ उसका कोई रिपोर्ट नहीं है, क्या जरूरत है?
ह्यूमनिटी है तो ह्यूमन रिपोर्ट क्या है?
But it can give you some, let's overview. Basically, if this is called executive summary and Datu Sahab hai, isn't it? See, content itself can give you its area of working. Right. And simply referring this custodial death, let's say torture, right? They are on top front, right? So custodial death, torture, this is where we'll find that they have put on this unlawful arrest, illegal detention, torture. Largely its area of work remained in police administration, police high-handedness. तो अब तो विश्वास हो गया होगा कि recognized term है ये. Right. Police firing and encounters. तो ये मोटा मोटी हेडिंग ही कंटेंट हो जाएगा, इससे ज़्यादा लिखना नहीं है, isn't it? Right. Encounter, firing, parallel reverses. Right. So entire content is, you will find that electrocution cases, right? Pollution and environment cases also they have taken it. Bonded laborer cases, other important cases. So what is the focus? Torture, lockup, death, encounter, like this. So that you can consider. That's why they are there, because human right violation, there's a visit jails, let's say that. This you can say. So nowadays this is what they have done. Commission meeting, hearing, camp, this health, mental health, that is what we are saying, social sector. Right to food also now they are dealing. Right to education and scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, bonded labor. Women, children, LGBT rights. That's why you'll find that rights of elderly persons, aged persons, business human rights, that area, education, training, human rights, right, defenders. So then international cooperation, it's logistic about, it gives reports on these aspects. This is introduction, how it has been created, means its members, various sections they are dealing.
इंटेलेक्चुअल राइट्स जो होती है वो ह्यूमन राइट्स में तो आती है, मतलब डील नहीं करता ना ऐसा.
No. These are, I guess, if it is mentioned. So this is, let's say that, celebration. 25 years of that celebrated. Then some facts, these are the some facts. The deaths, police encountered 137, 164. So then custodial deaths, you can say that 1500, 1600. Right. So it's more or less situation remain. Right. This This case is again, let's say, so some facts which we want to show you, like it is giving nowadays award, etc. This is what you can say, human right walk. So human rights walk being organized, people can walk, this is how it is. Right. Means it is active, it is showing that we are very active. Right. Right. Bulldozer Baba. Right. So you can see this. Right. वो ग्राफ के बाहर चला जाएगा. Right. Right.
What is that heading, sir?
A number of human rights cases, complaints in a state. Right. This state-wise number of cases registered in human rights 1819. Right. So national average is something written 1000. Right. उत्तर प्रदेश
यूपी के बराबर नहीं है.
Right. Anyhow, that's why let's say, but does it matter? This is how we say that. Does it matter? Right. Yes, it is 1 year. Total number, let's say, so total number 16, 17, report ही नहीं आया होगा. Right, 18, 19, you can see that. This is percentage. Right. So, Delhi भी कोई कम नहीं है. This is, and Uttar Pradesh 44% share, right? This. Then number of disposal cases. So, the way cases come, they are also disposed. Right. This transferred, let's say, to State Human Rights Commission. NHRC dismissed. Right. Custodial dates, etc. as you can find. Just simply let's say that then one more table is there that you should show the number of cases, like it is the same table that we showed. Cases dealt by investigating agencies, various types of investigating agencies. Means it shows that a system we have developed where you have complaints, complaint redressal, investigation, right? So at that level we can appreciate the role of NHRC. A culture has emerged, an institutional mechanism is there. This is what we have mentioned in beginning, the different types of covenants. Right. This human rights, so it is international covenant, this court, international, social, economic, cultural, it is elimination of all form of discrimination, racial discrimination, these all backgrounds. Then they will give you details of this composition. They also give the old composition, not the new one. New, that is 2018 it was amended. These are other details. No, it is old composition. 5 members, 2, 2 and 1, 5. Basically we go by the original number, original act. Amendment is recently introduced, so we do not generally, unless it becomes certain number of years, it will not become in practice. So I guess that graph has not come. Means basically we have received in 1 year more than 1 lakh cases. That I wanted to show that total number. So number of let's say cases registered. I guess it was in beginning. 18, 19, not it is. No. Anyhow, let's write. One more point can be written that gradually a system has emerged. A system has emerged that there are streamlined mechanisms for protection, promotion, filing of complaints, redressal of complaints, that as per annual report 2018 and 19, as per annual report 2018 and 19, there were over 1 lakh complaints filed. 1 lakh complaints filed. Of which the highest number goes to Uttar Pradesh, which is over 41,000. So this is what we can say. Let's write problems, weaknesses, criticisms. Problems, weaknesses, criticism. Criticisms. First, limitations. That at first it cannot take up cases. Of more than 1 year. Next, it does not have its own investigation body. And its own designated courts. Known as human rights courts. For speedy trials. It is recommendatory in nature. And it has been found that according to Human Rights Commission, the government, especially administration, has mastered on how to reply to NHRC. About non-implementation of its recommendations. non-implementation of its recommendations. Next, so these are some limitations type. There are differences between limitations and weaknesses. Limitations means, let's say that because of its own power and structure, it has limitations, it is weak. This you can say. Weaknesses can be that it may not have been given power, it is not effective. So when questions ask limitations and weaknesses, you have to be cautious, let's say that. This limitations of Parliamentary Standing Committee, they are recommendatory. They do post-mortem. They cannot question policy matters, means some, this way. So, means we should be a bit of mindful of this. Let's write next. Weaknesses and criticisms. Weaknesses and criticisms. Independence. Problems related to independence. Problems related to independence. It enjoys independence on paper. It enjoys independence on paper. Hence, it is also considered as paper tiger. Paper tiger. As in actual practice, it lacks independence due to first, the other members are not necessarily experts, rather bureaucrats. Its secretary is IAS, who enjoys administrative powers about functioning of Nhrc. Administrative powers about functioning of Nhrc. Next, it is recommendatory, and hence at best it can send a good report to government. And due to its lack of independence, the present chairperson criticized it as toothless tiger. The present chairperson criticized it as toothless tiger. Toothless tigers. So, किसी भी इंस्टीट्यूशन को वीक कैसे किया जाता है? सो एनएचआरसी कैसे फंक्शन करेगा एज एन इंस्टीट्यूशन, वो एनएचआरसी के मेंबर्स नहीं डिसाइड करते हैं, वो सेक्रेटरी डिसाइड करता है. इसका बजट सेक्रेटरी डिसाइड करता है. Matters to be taken up, this and that, it is secretary, let's say. And secretary is an IAS officer, and hence let's say that through IAS, let's say governments try to control. First, second, the other two members are not experts; they are either bureaucrats. It is written that the two members should have expertise in the field of human rights, but government will generally appoint retired bureaucrats. Again, let's say you may not be happy, but bureaucrats are, let's say, so they have been protecting and defending the governments. this. So there are two types of bureaucrats and three types you can consider. One, they can be pro-government. They will defend the government. So Subbarao has written that ki IAS has failed. So someone has written as ki no, IAS has not failed. Right? It is the way you see it. Anyhow, I have not, let's say, read his article, but you get two views. For you, you can read and you can get both views. It will help in your understanding about civil services. So the question is that one IAS officer wrote that honesty has a cost. Another say that ki cost has honesty. It's counter article. Right. So the question is ki you can get. It depends how you see. Yesterday also we told that ki when you criticize government. So there are different ways, different parties, different government. They have believed that कि ऐसे governance होना चाहिए. तो उनको लगता है कि ऐसे governance होगा तो ये they think that कि it will be better in this way. Other things that no, it will be, let's say, like this way. So all these, let's say that we can consider how you say it, but still you will find as far as powers are concerned to taking some important matters of human rights violations, so you will not find its role at all. One after another human rights violations have happened here and there, and let's say that its role hardly you can find. Let's say that be it encounters, it has given reports and encounters, but there are fake encounters and encounters are taking place. In fact, a state has gone into having a policy on encounter. Uttar Pradesh, policy on encounter, which is itself against human rights. But it supports power structure. As we have told in law and order, our power structure of the society is that some people feel कि yes, सही है, right? So जैसे कि बुलडोजर चल रहा है तो सही है, बहुत अच्छा है. So but it is not a solution, right? आप 70 साल तक कहाँ थे, right? This is how it is. तो आप लोगों को अलाउ करते हो पहले कि वहाँ पे बस जाओ, फिर उसके बाद आकर के उनको, और हम उसको अप्रिशिएट करते हैं. यस, गुड, बट इट इज नॉट ए सोल्यूशन टू द प्रॉब्लम. रादर इट इज एन एड हॉक. ऐसा तो हो रहा है, हर 10 साल के बाद सुप्रीम कोर्ट का ऑर्डर होता है और सारा डिसमेंटल कर दिया जाता है. Right, like say कि as I was told that कि there is dismantling of Delhi also, sealing drive in Delhi also. Again people have de-sealed themselves. वो तो बहुत सारे लोग हैं कि अपने आप ओपन कर देते हैं. दिनेश फ्लोर मिल, ओल्ड राजेंद्र नगर, सील करके गए, उन्होंने सील ओपन कर दिया. This देखिए हमारा बहुत लॉस हो जाएगा. So how you deal that, right? And they opened, they supplied, right? Nothing has happened. That's why I say that कि powerful persons, right? So this way we will find the human right. Let's say it is also human right violation. कि कहीं लोग 60 ईयर्स से रह रहे हैं, कई लोग 40 ईयर्स से रह रहे हैं, और जाकर के एक हमने उनको नोटिस दिया कि खाली कर दो, और नहीं तो हमने बिकॉज लैंड इज, आप उसी को रेगुलराइज कर दो. व्हाई डोंट यू डू दैट, राइट? यू रेगुलराइज इट. ऑलरेडी यू हैव रेगुलराइज्ड. यू शुड नो दैट कि इन अर्बन एरिया it's planning commission report, 60 to 70% of constructions are illegal. Master plan has gradually regularized them. This you should know. So is it a solution, let's say, but that is what we will find is. So many things are happening. Basically, let's say that Human Rights Commission will protect individual human right violation, but where mass human right violation जहाँ हो रहा है, it has no place. This, be it let's say caste conflict, communal conflicts, where is the role of this? And all these things are happening in our society. Let's say protests, various types of protest, arrest by police, detention by police, and then police charge like anything to people. This, and you will just see that human right has sent notice. The way someone was saying, 2-3 days Hyderabad encounter case, it sent notice. That's all. And they may have replied. They may have replied. Thereafter, nothing happens. Hathras case, they replied. But do we ask a question, why police should bury the body at midnight? ऐसा कौन सा इमरजेंसी है? You have huge military, huge paramilitary, strong nation we say, isn't it? So रशिया यूक्रेन के बीच में तो यही चल रहा है. India is most powerful. Right. मतलब just we are citing कि हम एक साइड तो बोल रहे हैं ना, we are saying कि we are very powerful country. तो क्या इतना पावरफुल कंट्री एक किसी का डेथ हुआ है उससे डर जाएगी? That the body should be buried at midnight. So no. So when you give excuses, whatever the excuses, you have to learn new way to speak lies. Right. The old way of speaking lies are baseless. वो वही लोग उस पे से कन्विंस हो सकते हैं जिनको ये सब पता नहीं है. Security standards, scenarios, security democracy relationships, and security and rights relationships. सिक्योरिटी एजेंसी तो ऐसे हैं कि कोर्ट ऑर्डर देता है फिर भी नहीं फॉलो करते हैं. अगेन सेम आकार पटेल केस, कोर्ट ने ऑर्डर दिया कि छोड़ दो उसको, फिर भी उसको दूसरे बार भी जाने नहीं दिया. Right. This anyhow, CGI regretted yesterday that the government has started maligning the image of judges. अब सरकार ने ये भी शुरू कर दिया है, right, जजेस के इमेज को मिलाइन करना. Anyhow, so it is also human right violation. Right. Final level if you take. So how we see this? So that is how, let's say in Nhrc, let's say कि we have still such violation and we will not find a very dominant presence of Nhrc. Protection of human rights, there should be a very dominant presence. Right. That people should know कि what happened after when it has sent a notice in a major incident. So what happens thereafter? But those things we'll talk later on. Let's write next point. Institutional capacity. Problems related to institutional capacity. That is administrative capacity to deliver. Administrative capacity to deliver. Administrative capacity to deliver. That is, as an institution, in terms of physical, financial, human and technological infrastructure are concerned, it lacks institutional capacity. It lacks institutional capacity. But on the other hand, number of cases have increased. And crossed more than 1 lakh complaints in a year. In fact, it itself accepted lacking institutional capacity while Supreme Court was hearing the fake encounter cases in Manipur, the fake encounter cases in Manipur on CBI investigation. CBI investigation. It told to the court, it requested to the court that please tell to the government, please tell to the government to increase the institutional capacity of NHRs. Institutional capacity of NHRs. In fact, it has also vacancies. In fact, it has also vacancies of sanction strength, sanction strength, sanction strength. So आप समझ सकते हो कि कोर्ट को उन्होंने बोला, वो गवर्नमेंट से डायरेक्ट नहीं बोल रहे हैं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट से रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं, प्लीज़ आप रिक्वेस्ट कीजिए, अटॉर्नी जनरल है आपके सामने, राइट राइट, कि अटॉर्नी जनरल शुड टेल टू गवर्नमेंट कि NHRC institutional capacity should be enhanced. This.
But can you argue like human rights or democracy? There should be like some kind of limitation to it. Can you say
Human rights.
Yes.
जैसे
Human rights, democracy.
जैसे मतलब कोई एग्जाम्पल, राइट एग्जाम्पल, गिव एनी राइट एग्जाम्पल.
Sir, like आज की न्यूज़पेपर में था like गवर्नमेंट ने नॉर्म्स चेंज कर रहे थे like फॉरेन इंटेक्स के लिए, मतलब जो सोसाइटीज, सिविल सोसाइटीज़ के लिए. सो कोटिंग दैट थिंग, तो किसी ने ये चीज़ बोली थी कि दैट इज़ अवर फंडामेंटल राइट, टेकिंग दिस कंट्रीब्यूशन, फॉरेन कंट्रीब्यूशन, दैट इज़ फंडामेंटल राइट.
नहीं नहीं, ये तो एक बहुत ही पेरिफेरल मैटर हो गया.
राइट, जस्ट उसे इक्वेट करके
नहीं नहीं, वो तो एक बहुत ही पेरिफेरल मैटर है. रादर यू टेल एस मैटर विच इज़ रिलेटेड टू व्हाट इज़ हैपनिंग इन द कंट्री. उसमें ह्यूमन राइट्स एंड डेमोक्रेसी एंड स्टेट का अगर आप जैसे बोलिए, जैसे कि एनकाउंटर है, लेट्स टेक कि मणिपुर एनकाउंटर सिंस 1976 विच विल टॉक नेक्स्ट पॉइंट. तो 1976 उसमें वो 1200 प्लस के आसपास फेक एनकाउंटर्स हैं, ठीक है. और मिलिट्री ने बहुत रिक्वेस्ट किया कि नहीं, इन्वेस्टिगेशन नहीं होना चाहिए, कोर्ट को इसमें एंटर नहीं करना चाहिए, बट सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने नहीं माना, उन्होंने CBI ऑर्डर दिया. तो क्या लगता है, मतलब व्हाट डू यू थिंक, डू यू थिंक कि ये नहीं होना चाहिए? नहीं नहीं, बट येस, मतलब राइट, चूँकि ये मिलिट्री से रिलेटेड है, तो शुड वी लेट्स से बिलीव, ट्रस्ट इन मिलिट्री एंड वी शुड लीव इट.
करना चाहिए.
देखो ये सब चीज़ों का कंसेप्ट जो होता है ना, देखो ये सारी चीज़ें अब सिर्फ आप इंस्टीट्यूशन से नहीं समझ सकते हैं, मतलब सिर्फ NHRC से NHRC को नहीं समझ सकते हैं.
गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से भी है एंड सोसाइटी की तरफ से भी. तो सिर्फ गवर्नमेंट को आउटराइट होकर क्रिटिसाइज करना, दैट इज थोड़ा बहुत एम्बिगियस
नहीं नहीं नहीं. अब जब NHRC में सैंक्शन स्ट्रेंथ है मान लो 10 और उन्होंने मेंबर्स को नहीं अपॉइंट किया है, तो वो तो क्रिटिसाइज करना ही पड़ेगा. प्लस दूसरा चीज़ है कि मान लो आपका सैंक्शन स्ट्रेंथ 10 है, यू शुड नो दैट कि नंबर ऑफ केसेस आर इंक्रीजिंग. तो व्हेन नंबर ऑफ केसेस आर इंक्रीजिंग, तो शुड वी विल हैव एन NHRC एज पर 1993. राइट, should the institutional capacity of NHRC be based on 1993, or we should improve it? Improve it, simple logic says. And if we are not improving, rather even the sanction strength जो है वो भी नहीं हम अपॉइंट कर रहे हैं, तो क्रिटिसिज्म तो होगा ही. So there are certain valid criticisms. Again, we told yesterday that criticisms, it's not criticism that कि अगर हमारे पास कोई point नहीं है तो हम नहीं criticize कर सकते हैं. Right? Unless कोई facts, मतलब कि unless we have some facts, we cannot criticize. We can have a general criticism. But if you have facts, right, then certainly government can be criticized. And it has two dimensions. That if you think that government should not be criticized, many a time government को ये लगता है कि नहीं वो अच्छा कर रही है, लेकिन अगर उसको ये factual information मिलता है कि नहीं वो अच्छा कर रही है, तो गवर्नमेंट विल बी फोर्स टू रिव्यू. भले गवर्नमेंट रजिस्ट कर रही हो, लेकिन वो फोर्स टू रिव्यू होगी. लॉन्ग रन में गवर्नमेंट अप्रिशिएट करेगी. राइट? अगर हम नहीं गवर्नमेंट को क्रिटिसाइज कर रहे हैं तो गवर्नमेंट विल नॉट फोर्स टू रिव्यू. तो गवर्नमेंट आपको ही बोलेगी कि आपने अपना रोल प्ले नहीं किया. टेक इट लाइक दैट ना. क्रिटिसिज्म को हमें बहुत ज़्यादा टू फार नहीं लेना है. मतलब इससे हमें ये नहीं डिस्टर्ब फील करना है कि नहीं गवर्नमेंट को कुछ ज़्यादा क्रिटिसाइज हो रहा है. इट्स नॉट लाइक दैट. वी हैव टू बी क्रिटिकल. अगर हम क्रिटिकल नहीं है तो हम वी आर बिकमिंग सब्जेक्टिव. That's why let's say that कि a system is run by different aspects. One we have the government, another have the critic. And critics have the role. What Nitin Gadkari says. Right. The Nitin Gadkari says that there should be opposition. And its role is very important. Right. So whatever the rationale behind that he is saying, let's leave aside. But even let's say that their role is important. This you can say this. So please, means you should not take criticisms like political level. Since आज के डेट में अभी जब से ये नया गवर्नमेंट सपोज बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट हैज़ कम, तो एक परसेप्शन ये डेवलप हुआ है कि गवर्नमेंट को अननेसेसरली क्रिटिसाइज किया जा रहा है. फर्स्ट. सेकेंड इज दैट कि गवर्नमेंट को लेट से कि कुछ आइडियोलॉजिकल लोग क्रिटिसाइज कर रहे हैं. एंड थर्ड इज दैट कि गवर्नमेंट शुड नॉट बी क्रिटिसाइज्ड. All the three things are political in nature, not academic. Right. That is कि it is outside this classroom. Right. If you bring in academic way and those political aspects, so then it cannot remain academic. This. And hence UPSC will also not be able to ask questions which are critic to the government. Means UPSC will also not ask negative questions, but it is asking negative questions. Try to understand this. Lokpal wala hi question we have shown that. Right. If commitment of the state is not, so how let's say Lokpal will not function effectively. So if you see as an institution, or if you go to UPSC, if you appear in interview is going on, they will ask you critical questions, and if you every time you are in favor, they will say that you have become a spokesperson of the government. You are behaving like a spokesperson. Right. So I guess we should keep two things separate. Right. अदरवाइज लेट्स से कि अगर लेट्स कि नीति आयोग का अगर क्रिटिसिज्म नहीं होता, आई थिंक इन दिस क्लास वी हैव नॉट टॉट, नीति आयोग का अगर क्रिटिसिज्म नहीं होता तो गवर्नमेंट ने एक कमेटी नहीं सेटअप किया होता. तो गवर्नमेंट ने कमेटी सेटअप किया है नीति आयोग को रिव्यू करने के लिए. कमेटी हैज ऑलरेडी सबमिटेड द रिपोर्ट. राइट. सो आई गेस कि वी शुड टेक क्रिटिसिज्म इन दैट वे. राइट. दिस कीपिंग असाइड the political aspect, or what we politically think correct. Nobody is talking absolute power. Let's say someone is saying absolute. Where is absolute power we have talked? We are still talking powers not given. Forget about absolute power. Right. This. So let's write on this.
So how are weaknesses different from limitations?
Right. See, limitations are, let's say, those aspects which constrain an institution to function effectively. Like say 1 year, it cannot take 1 year, right? Means more than 1 year cases. It is a limitation of that institution. And so it limits the power. So all those points which limit the power of the institution, and then it may result into weak functioning. It is not weak functioning, then it results into limitation. It is the limitation which will result into weak functioning. So that can come under weaknesses also. But when they ask limitations, the weaknesses can include limitations, but limitations may result into weaknesses. So you have to write the limitations first when they ask limitations. And you are, suppose the question asks, discuss the limitations of NHRC, and you start writing that it lacks independence. Right? Its institutional capacity is not like that. It has not been able to deal cases. So you are not like, you are writing weaknesses and criticism, you are not writing limitations. That is the difference. Right. Anyhow, let's write this. What we are writing? Yes. Institutional capacity. Now let's say that when we say that it lacks institutional capacity, it has become even also, let's say that a fact that it requests to the Supreme Court that the court should order the government that government should improve its institutional capacity. So doesn't it show a sorry state of affair that the commission is not able to even request to the government, rather it is requesting through court. Right. Anyhow, let's next. Right. Human right violations related to fake encounters, lock-up deaths, custodial deaths, third degree torture, and falsely implicating people by invoking harsh sections of law. Right. These things have not stopped. Rather they still remain very rampant practice by police institution, including encounter policy in Uttar Pradesh. And some recent encounters. Next. Its role related to developments like Muzaffarnagar riots, Bhima Koregaon case, cases related to 10,000 people charged for sedition in Jharkhand. 10,000 people charged for sedition. Chhattisgarh police gang rape case. And some recent developments related to protests, CA protest, farm protest, etc. and human right violations. Human right violations. Its role has been criticized. Its role has been criticized for not having effective intervention. Effective intervention. Intervention. Next. There have been, or there is rather, there is increase in human right violation, and also its interventions, but there is lack of speedy trials of human right violation cases. Human right violation cases. Next, it has limited jurisdiction or no jurisdiction. Limited jurisdiction or no jurisdiction in conflict areas like Jammu and Kashmir, Northeast, and Naxalite affected areas. That is, even if it has jurisdiction, but it has lack of acceptance of its role. Because if people have allegation against terrorism, Naxalism, or extremism, their human rights should not be protected. At the same time, wherever Armed Forces Special Power Act is in operation, it lacks jurisdiction. Next, as far as its financial support is concerned, and investigation team, it lacks financial support, adequate financial support. And since it is dependent on police, its effectiveness suffers as police is state institution. Next, it is also overburdened. Due to increase in number of cases on the one hand, and on the other, weak and ineffective functioning of state human rights commissions. Weak and ineffective functioning of human rights commissions. Human rights commissions. Next. Its role and importance. Its role and importance suffer due to nature of Indian society and government that due to power structure of society casteism, prejudices, communalism, hardly human rights are respected. Human rights are respected by society. That people want to have all their rights without recognizing the rights of others. So these are, let's say, some of the weaknesses, which are, let's say, some supply side, some demand side. The weaknesses you can consider. Right. Supply side can be considered, let's say, it's related to powers, right, capacity, this independence. So demand side, let's say that acceptance, support, this. हमारे सोसाइटी में ह्यूमन राइट्स का कोई रिस्पेक्ट नहीं होता है, सॉरी टू से दैट. जिस सोसाइटी में दिस वर्सेस दैट राइट अगर होगा, दिस वर्सेस दैट, तो उसमें ह्यूमन राइट्स का कोई सवाल ही नहीं है, राइट. So, how to tell? It is a layered society. So it is a layered society, layered culture. This, आप कहीं से भी start हो सकते हैं. Like local culture, then societal, then state, then country, then world. And this is layered with caste, race, community, religion. This. So the way it is layered, similarly discriminations are also layered. If culture, that's why you don't have to get demoralized, feel like victim. Right? You have to fight against. So फैमिली में डिस्क्रिमिनेशन क्या है? मेल एंड फीमेल. इज इट देयर? सो फॉर थोड़ा और ग्रो करोगे आप. तो इफ देयर आर टू ब्रदर्स मैरिड, फिर कोई रिच है, थोड़ा कम रिच है, कोई कुछ जॉब करता है और जॉब करता है. देखो, फैमिली इज द सिंबल. इसलिए आपको ये नहीं सोचना है कि मैं ये कास्ट का हूँ इसलिए मेरे डिस्क्रिमिनेशन होता है. नहीं, आपके घर में ही डिस्क्रिमिनेशन होता है. जब घर में डिस्क्रिमिनेशन होता है, वो नहीं एलिमिनेट हो रहा है, तो कास्ट कैसे होगा? इसलिए डोंट फील कि मैं बहुत विक्टिम हूँ या हमें विक्टिमाइज किया गया है. नहीं, आप ही अकेले नहीं है. तो जो कहीं विक्टिम है वो विक्टिमाइजर है. जनरल, अगर कोई कहीं विक्टिम है तो वो विक्टिमाइजर भी है. इट्स सो लेयर्ड, लेट्स से दैट. और इस लेयर्ड सोसाइटी में अगर आपके पास क्लियर व्यू नहीं है तो सेलेक्टिव फैक्ट्स देके हर चीज को जस्टिफाई किया जा सकता है. बाय गिविंग सेलेक्टिव फैक्ट्स पीपल कैन हैव प्रोपेगेंडा लाइक एनीथिंग. दिस, तो कुछ लोग ऐसे कन्विंस कर देंगे आपको कि ह्यूमन राइट्स कुछ होता नहीं है. कुछ लोग ऐसे कन्विंस करेंगे कि ह्यूमन राइट्स ही होता. हाउ टू अंडरस्टैंड दिस? So I like what, how is Alec Padmasi, like he has written a book like recently. So this is what, let's say, so basically let's say he shares, or we have told you also, I guess I may have told that, simple, let's ki your time has come, you get married, you demand for dowry, no? And demand for dowry will come from mother. Mother wants that कि you should take this much dowry, isn't it? ऐसा है. It is not disrespect to mother, which due respect to mother. कौन डिमांड कर रहा है डाउरी? मदर. एक्सप्लॉइट कौन हो रहा है? द अदर साइड ऑफ ब्राइड, राइट? मदर वाज वंस ब्राइड and she was exploited by another mother. So that is what you know, that the society. So you don't have to see, let's say, in terms of bracketed terms, caste, religion. If you think from very open manner in this layered system, then you will try to understand. You will get some real understanding, proper understanding. If you think in these particular terms, you will never understand the society. So when the human rights violation happen, let's say that in this society there is no respect for human right ना. अब जब डाउरी आप किसी ने लेके शादी किया, क्या रिस्पेक्ट करेगा ह्यूमन राइट? लाइफ, लिबर्टी, डिग्निटी, ऑल थ्री वायलेटेड. Isn't it? So, because everyone is born free and equal. Where is born free and equal? If male and female both are born free and equal, तो फिर डाउरी होता ही नहीं. तो डाउरी की तो बात ही छोड़ो. जो ब्राइड साइड के होते हैं पूरे लाइफ लॉन्ग, like whenever the groom side goes to bride side house, every time the bride side house should load the vehicle with all sort of right. This is a concern, isn't it? मतलब पूरे लाइफ लॉन्ग के लिए वो जो फैमिली है वो ऑब्लाइज्ड है, राइट? ऐसा क्या किया था ग्रूम साहब ने? क्या किया था? कुछ किया तो था. The only thing is a groom, right? He has not done anything to that family, right? But since he is a groom, right, so entire life, as long as parents are alive, right, they will keep sending things, right? This is what it is. It is complete thorough violation of human rights. right? Because it is not a dignified life. So, can we tackle human rights in such society? No. Similarly, caste. ये तो बहुत ही civilized टाइप का एग्जाम्पल है जिसमें कास्ट सेम कास्ट का इशू है वो, right? If you bring, let's say, issue of caste or inter-caste marriage, right? So चलेगा तब जब, let's say, दोनों साइड से वो नहीं चलेगा. If boy belongs to lower caste, तो higher caste वाले छोड़ेंगे नहीं उसको, right? This, and if girl belongs to lower caste, तो हो ही नहीं सकता है ऐसा, isn't it? The boy side will have lots of pressure. This family say, mother will say that चेहरा मत दिखलाना अपना. So no, mother will say that if you marry that girl, so I would not see your face, or you would not see my face. कितना बड़ा थ्रेट है, right? Human right violation. Right? Isn't it? How we tackle?
Perfect example.
Perfect example, right? So, मतलब आप ये है कि इतना बड़ा right challenge आपको है कि she will not means कि she can do something and you feel threatened, isn't it? You have to change your decision, isn't it? This, so that can happen. So these things will say that where you do not have still bigger issues, these are very normal, let's say. It is bound to happen when we are having society, caste, community different. तो ऐसा नहीं कि affair होगा तो वो सिर्फ same caste में ही होगा. It is not going to happen. It is obvious. और ऐसा नहीं कि एक caste ने propaganda ये है, कुछ secret उनका mission है कि we have to convert सारे और caste को इसी caste में convert करना है, right? So कुछ नहीं होने वाला है. But कुछ प्रोपोगेंडा वाले लोग क्या करेंगे इसको, right? They will say that like this. So this is what you can see, and there is no scope for human rights commission. फिर कास्ट देके करना चाहिए, ठीक है, पता ही नहीं चलेगा, right? So basically let's say पता नहीं चलेगा ना, इसलिए कि शर्मा, तो शर्मा is Brahmin also, and Sharma is basically Sharma, let's say, is a what we say that carpenter, right? So Sharma is carpenter also and Brahmin also. कैसे पता चलेगा, right? और नाम उसका साहिल है तो कास्ट और रिलीजन दोनों ही पता चलेगा. No, isn't it? This is how you will know all these things. Anyhow, so this is what layered things you can find in human rights. बहुत complex है, right? So society may not give you support like that. मतलब NHRC को legitimacy नहीं होगा. Like because in family itself, in society itself, in caste itself, that you have that there are so many discriminatory practices, and there is a voice, dominant voice in society. So then there are certain types of institutions, caste institutions, religious institutions, societal institutions. So we can have Muslim Personal Law Board, you can have RSS, you can have Khap Panchayat. So you can have various types of that institutions which speak and protect the rights of, let's say, and cultures of certain sections of society in certain fashion. This, so that you can see. In that situation, how you will see this? Recently एक issue चल रहा है कि कहीं गाजियाबाद या बरेली में कोई एक issue चल रहा है, कोई हिंदू मुस्लिम का issue चल रहा है. Girl is Hindu, boy is Muslim, right? It is in Ghaziabad or something like. people protested till night. पूरे उस एरिया के लोग, right, they protested till night. Basically they have gone into court marriage. दोनों ने कोर्ट मैरिज किया और पुलिस उनको प्रोटेक्ट कर रही है. पुलिस इज प्रोटेक्टिंग देयर राइट्स, बट पीपल हैव कम दैट कि नो, इट इज लव जिहाद. And then what they are saying, they have given, police has given undertaking that it would take action. तब जाकर के वो गए हैं वहाँ से. Means they have taken an undertaking from police that you have to somehow disallow this marriage. Means you have to take measures that this marriage would not be acceptable. This is not first case. It is one case. Punjab case it happens. One girl, Muslim, and boy, Hindu. That marriage in Maharashtra. Let's one case related, which is Muslim boy and Hindu girl. People protested. Another, let's say, story in Delhi itself. Ankit name was the, let's say, that boy. He was murdered by the girl brother, and girl belonging to Muslim. That case, up how many cases you will take? But if you take all such cases, you will find that it is just a relation between two persons. It is relation between two persons. But what society has done, society is trying to give it as a communal color. At times parents give in to them, at times parents have fought. Like say in Ankit case, the father told those all people who gathered to give it a communal color that please leave us alone. You have no role in this. It is not a communal matter. It is a matter between two families. Even if his son has been murdered, but that is what he is so strong that he is trying to means just stop any such kind of things that it becomes communal. Because once you give it a communal color, then you know what will happen. Similarly in Maharashtra, the both boy and girls, they fight their rights. They say it's just relation between two persons. We are grown up of 18 years, so we can take decision. That is how the court judgment. Same thing in Punjab case. Now in such cases where society comes, can Human Rights Commission fight? Yes, it can fight if it takes a very strong stand on that. Right. This, but why we are not taking a strong stand? Because you know what is involved. Now, if it is love jihad, state has to fight, not people. स्टेट के पास इंटेलिजेंस है, स्टेट के पास मिलिट्री है, स्टेट के पास एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है. If there is any such kind of propaganda in society, so it is the state which would tackle. People must cooperate, or people should play a role. But यहाँ पे लोग क्या कर रहे हैं? They become state, and the state has allowed them to become state, and they are imposing on the state that you have to do this. In that scenario, let's say that you cannot protect human rights. This there are so many cases, and every means before that also Hindu Muslim के बीच मैरिज होता था. ऐसा नहीं कि वो पहली बार हो रहा है, बट ऐसा इशू तो नहीं होता था. तो why every such marriage can be taken as something propaganda? That is how NHRC faces a very negative environment, and in that negative environment it would be very difficult, and it is a very charged type of case. Other cases that we told that they are day-to-day basis, caste, subcaste, two different families, dowry system, prejudices that we have, so they are day-to-day. But this religion has brought a very, let's say that flashpoint, let's say, and the conflict And in that situation, it is very difficult for NHRC to bring human right. Bring human right. Like say कि one person, as we told that, कि acquitted related to Khalistan movement, something, let's say that कि he was acquitted after 10 years or after certain number of years by the court. There are several acquittals related to, but can NHRC protect human rights in that case? Very difficult. This is what the challenge. The challenge for NHRC is a negative society. A society which is highly, let's say that, divided, and it sees in terms of rights. If you see the mohallas, localities, the mohallas and localities are established in such a way that they are segregated. Right. It is Punjabi mohalla, it is Bengali mohalla. Right. It is mohalla, let's say, dominated by Northeast people. It is mohalla dominated by southern states people. That kind of society, segregated society. And in those society, even other people, let's say, that cannot given houses on rent. So you find in Ahmedabad there are some societies in which Dalit section people belonging, they are not given houses. And UGC study it is that 80% cases in case of Muslims, if they go for houses on rent, they would not get a second call. And 70% in case of Dalits. Once, let's say that house wala comes to know, or property dealer comes to know that the person is Dalit, there is a 70% chance that the person will not get a call. It's call back. Because societies have collectively decided that we would not give house for rent for this section, that caste. Like this, Nhrc local body decides that we would not give houses on rent to Northeast people. This is in Delhi, it is a locality in Delhi. The Nhrc, let's say, village once passed a resolution that we would not give houses on rent to Northeast people. So this is what it happens, and it has acceptance. So if you take the prevailing situations, like all sort of things that we are talking, right, which some are very sensitive cases, so NHRC faces challenge like that. And in that scenario, if it is working still for human rights, still it should be appreciated. And that is how we can talk about this. So unless you go for casteism, etc. Because local level पे तो यही होता है ना, see any issue happen and if it between two castes, तो पूरे दोनों caste align हो जाएंगे एक दूसरे के. This, and if it is between two mohalla, अभी भी तो ऐसे ही होता है ना, two mohalla, two villages, two areas, two locality, right? This and backward social ostracization. You know that one marriage procession was not allowed to be taken. Dalit marriage procession was not allowed to be taken through a mohalla dominated by higher caste. The person wrote letter to president also because he wanted to take the procession through higher caste mohalla. This Bulandshahr incident already we have shared. No.
Sir, the NHRC is not able to protect all the...
No, not able to protect. NHRC gets a very negative or challenging environment where its acceptance is very less. When two castes are fighting among themselves, उसमें NHRC कैसे आ सकता है?
Are there will-related challenges to NHRC?
Yes.
Are there any will-related challenges?
Not will-related, rather it is acceptance. Right. When there is a caste-related, let's say, conflict, तो when NHRC goes, तो वो क्या करेगी NHRC? What it will do? Because all people have aligned, let's say, on two sides. So what NHRC do in that? No, it is challenging, let's say that. As we told, case related to Bulandshahr, and I may have shared that case. Fight becomes between Thakur and Dalits. द फाइट वाज रिलेटेड टू प्रोसेशन. एक तो प्रोसेशन का फाइट होता है जो रामनवमी होता है, मुहर्रम. रामनवमी तो हो गया मुझे लगता है, isn't it? पीसफुली
अभी होगा सर.
अभी होने वाला है,
कल है सर.
कल. तो ये क्या है ना, रिलीजन शो ऑफ पावर. अब ये शो बन गया है, रिलीजन नहीं. रामा वाज पुरुषोत्तम मर्यादा, न तो मर्यादा है न पुरुषोत्तम रहा. ठीक है. सो इट इज़ ए शो. आप देखोगे जैसे रामनवमी आएगा तो कैसे शो होता है, शो ऑफ पावर, राइट. उसी तरह से जब मुहर्रम होगा, जहाँ भी प्रोसेशन निकलता है वो भी शो ऑफ पावर. मतलब जब उनका प्रोसेशन निकलता है तो नथिंग ऑन दिस लैंड इज एज पावरफुल एज दे आर, राइट. वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन से भी ज़्यादा पावरफुल है. मतलब उस समय आपको रास्ते में किसी से बदला लेना है तो उस प्रोसेशन में चले जाओ. कुछ नहीं होगा. That is what it is, right? And administration is on its toes, right? Oh, we have to allow peaceful, right? मतलब busy for nothing. Right? ये कोई बात होती है? Religion should be a matter of peace, not threat. Right? But यहाँ religion is a matter of threat. अब वो लगे होंगे एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन वाले लोग एक महीने से, राइट, रामनवमी आ रहा है, हमें पीसफुली अरेंज करना है, राइट. ठीक. दिस इज हाउ सोसाइटी. सो देन उसमें उनके पास इतना पावर होता है कि वो बोलेंगे कि इस रास्ते से जाना है, राइट, आपको अलाउ करना पड़ेगा, राइट. दिस सो Rama would also not be so rigid like that, right? If you believe in, let's say that what he preaches. Similarly, मुहर्रम में ऐसा कुछ होना है नहीं जैसे कि प्रोसेशन होना चाहिए, बट उसमें भी प्रोसेशन होता है और उनके पास भी इतना ही पावर होता है, राइट, कि वो भी बोलेंगे इसी रास्ते से जाएगा, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को अलाउ करना पड़ेगा. दिस सो इट हैज़ बिकम competition, let's say. This you can say. This is not religion at all. So उसमें human right कैसे आएगा? Right. How the human right comes? Right. This is how it is. अब उसमें कोई बीच में रास्ते से कोई जा रहा है, right? ठीक है. तो उसका सामान लूट लिया, तो क्या करेगा? कहाँ कंप्लेन करेगा? This is what it is. So this is what you have to understand. Human right role is very negligible, right? This happens. So procession, same thing happens in. It is not between two religion. Within that, Bhima Koregaon also you will see the same thing. So in Bulandshahr it happens that कि first Rana Pratap procession was taken by Thakur. Then they also want to have Ambedkar procession, celebration of B.R. Ambedkar and procession. The Thakur, let's say, says that no, they would not allow the procession from their mohalla. They were adamant that the procession would go to that mohalla. That resulted to violence in Bulandshahr. And they had written on one board, let's say, दलित को चमार भी बोलते हैं. चमार एक टर्म है, मीन्स अदर पीपल मे नॉट बी नोइंग. सो दलित इज ऑल्सो एड्रेस्ड बाय चमार, राइट. दैट्स वाई आई टोल्ड अदर पीपल मे नॉट बी नोइंग. सो अब वो पूर्वांचल में होता है या लखनऊ में होता है, राइट. एनी हाउ, so means it is a term addressing Dalit section in Hindi belt. So what they did is that कि on one board they wrote the Great Chamar. बोर्ड पे लिख दिया उन्होंने द ग्रेट चमार. भाई ठाकुर को अच्छा नहीं लगा, ठाकुर ग्रेट तो सिर्फ महाराणा प्रताप हो सकते हैं. ग्रेट चमार कैसे हो सकता है? हाउ? तो व्हाट दे डिड इज दैट कि डिफेस कर दिया उन्होंने ऐसे बोर्ड को. दे डिफेस द बोर्ड. अगेन दे रोट द ग्रेट चमार. राइट, अगेन इट वाज डिफेस्ड. Again they write on that great Chamar. They break the board. Right. Then a police chowki is established.
For the board?
Right. Board is installed. The great Chamar is written. The police gives duty to protect that board. पुलिस वाले भी क्या सोचते होंगे? Right. So that is what. Right. So what NHRC will do in what NHRC can do? This you have to understand. So with society, let's say that society it will grow like anything. Means when society will grow, friction will be there. This you have to know. So friction hoga hai. Whatever the things are happening, don't get demoralized by that. Right. Society will grow, there will be friction because people will demand for their rights. This. And whenever people will get assertive, strong, they will demand their rights. And that is how, unless a level playing field leveling happen, frictions will continue. That way also you can see this society. And that's why let's say that even if there are negative environments, means all these things, still NHRC should work for protection of human rights. But focus should be also at state level. State human rights commissions. If they would play effective role, so the role of NHRC will be more at national level. And hence it can play more effective role. As of now, since state level state human rights commissions are not playing as effective role, hence the burden comes on national level NHRC. Have you heard ever in your state, a state human rights commission is in action? At least notice send करते हुए भी सुना है कभी आपने? Right. This is how it is. Yes, so they are not active. Why? Because that level of, you can say, democratization of society, awareness, right, need for that has not gone to that level. This. Rather, ours is a society which believes that if you have committed anything or alleged to have committed, you don't have rights. This. So when you have a perception like that, if you have committed anything like that, then you don't have right, so that is violation of human right. This. So you cannot recognize rights. And human rights start, as we started that, from family itself. This you should know that. From family itself, unless you bring change, we will not be able to. Because others' rights should also be recognized. If we have our rights, other rights, unless society learns that we also exercise our rights, others have also rights, right, we may not be able to promote effectively this. And our society at this stage is highly, let's say that hybridized society. That one, let's say, voice you can have that yes, we should protect human rights, others should also enjoy rights, and it believes in peace and harmony and other things. But another section of society would be that no, it believes that only this type of people or that type of people, this section or that section should dominate. Others should enjoy rights in that way. And other categories of people may not have that level of still consciousness and conscience to think about human rights at all. This. And that is how you can say this challenge, in which towards the end we will say that human rights should not be protected by human rights institutions. Protection of human rights should be the duty of a state and society. You cannot tackle human rights by institution unless society becomes ready for that, unless state supports. if state comes to know that yes, there is clear human right violation irrespective of this caste, community, religion, it should stand by that. And that will be considered as a strong state. Means a state which has a resolve to protect human rights. So, be it any sections of society, if there is human right, it is clearly established, state should stand by that. This state means the government may play politics, that's separate. But once it comes to know that yes, there is violation of human right, hence it should stand by that. We should not tell this and that case. When you say that if someone's human right has been violated, and then you say that कि आप उसके टाइम में क्या कर रहे थे, so उसके टाइम में अगर हमने कुछ नहीं किया है और कुछ नहीं बोला है, NHRC ने भी नहीं बोला है, that does not mean कि the present person human right violation is not happening or the present person grievance would not be addressed. Right? That should not be the excuse. But what we have been doing that ki excuse we are doing. If you raise matters related to human right violation of one section today, means one, let's say, person, it can be linked with religion, and some other people will say that कि उसके टाइम पे तो आपने कुछ बोला नहीं. Right. So human rights protection should not be linked to this community, this region, that region. Human rights protection should be linked to human. It should be linked to human. Because human rights are linked to human. It should be linked to human, be it a person belonging to the higher caste or a lower caste, or this religion or that religion. Unless we have again a very strong, let's say, this perspective, and the state has a strong perspective to look through this, go through this, and protect human rights on the basis of human rights, rather than ki this caste, that caste, this ideology, that ideology, this party, that party, then again we will not be able to protect human rights, because we are a highly diverse society. And when we are a highly diverse society, which huge stratification of society between rich, poor and etc., hence always you can get one excuse over another. This, and that will weaken the resolve to tackle human rights. It will not strengthen this, and that is what we can say. So state and society should also support. NHRC cannot be alone adequate enough to tackle human right violations or promote this. So that is what we'll say. Let's write on this.
सर इतनी रैशनैलिटी सर हम लोग ऐसे स्टेट से तो सर है नहीं, सर उसके लिए क्या करना चाहिए, मतलब स्टेट टेक्स स्टेप वर्सेस कैसे.
Rationality start from family and school. फैमिली एंड स्कूल दोनों जगह बहुत ही डोमिनेंस है, बहुत ज़्यादा सुपरस्टिशन एंड रिलीजन. तो रैशनैलिटी कैसे आएगा? ठीक है, आजकल एजुकेशन के नाम पे ही रिलीजन ही पढ़ा रहे हैं, वो आसान है. राइट, सॉरी टू से, वो आसान है, उसका एक्सेप्टेंस भी है. So that is what we will say. So rationality will not come. No? Rationality will not come unless you change school and family. Family में भी आजकल बहुत ज़्यादा religion है. Is it like that?
COVID ने बढ़ा दिया है.
So religion should teach you rationality if you really study religion. Right. But वो religion भी नहीं बताया जाता है. Vivekananda, rationalist, humanist religion. Right. His religion is rationalist and humanist. But Vivekananda को कितना बताया गया है? सिर्फ वो जो ड्रेस है उनका, और strength is weakness, this is no, or strength is life, weakness is death. Death of religion. Right. He says कि अगर what we say that salvation, liberation, मोक्ष की प्राप्ति. If salvation is the reality, I would have everyone first get it, and I would be the last person to get it. This. He rejected all types of rituals and superstitions. But today religion is about superstition and rituals. This. So do we teach religion? But I don't want to make it philosophy class. Right.
Sir, can we say that the secondary role of NHRC that is related to the creating awareness among people should be made the primary one?
Yes, this is
more on that.
That's why कि how many recommendations are accepted, that should not be the point. Point कि you have to enhance the consciousness of the people, their consciousness, awareness. देखो लोगों में क्या है कि वो लोगों को जितना ही डराओगे उतना ही वो रिलीजन की तरफ जाएंगे. This, the more, let's say that कि you become weak, the more you go towards religion. Right. जब लोगों के लाइफ में बहुत सारा फेल्योर्स होता है तो कहाँ जाते हैं? रिलीजन. कौन बचाएगा? भगवान बचाएंगे. उसी में बीच में कुछ इंटरमीडिएरीज लोग हैं जिसका कनेक्शन दोनों से होता है. लोगों से भी है, वो कनेक्टेड है, बिल्कुल डायरेक्ट बातचीत होती है. उन्होंने लोगों को और भी डरा दिया. अब किसी भी ऐसे पर्सन के पास चले जाइए जो ज्योतिष है, जो भी है, आप बोलेंगे कि आपके पास ऊपर शनि महाराज है. राइट. ये वो सारा सब बता देंगे आपको. isn't it? This is how it is. सबके ऊपर है. तो बेहतर है सबके ऊपर है, मतलब किसी के ऊपर नहीं है. सो लोगों को जितना ही आप डराओगे वो रिलीजन की तरफ जाएंगे. सीधी सी बात. रैशनल होना इतना आसान नहीं है. रैशनल होना इतना आसान नहीं है, इसलिए उसके लिए आपको बहुत ही स्ट्रांग होना पड़ेगा. अदरवाइज बहुत सारा लेवलिंग होता है. आपने पूजा नहीं किया तो इसलिए आज आपका ये काम नहीं हुआ, आपने आज ये नहीं किया तो ये नहीं हुआ. ऐसे बहुत सारा लेवलिंग किया जाएगा. When I did not get selected, my mother told dad कि you do not go to दो मजार्स वगैरह पे तुम जाते नहीं हो. देखो तुम्हारा हुआ नहीं. छोटा भाई देखो वो जाता है, उसका हो गया. मतलब he got a government job. Right. So that is how people think in that way. Right. So this kind of means he maintains all sort of things. Right. So the question is that how you will say this, how you will see this. So सोसाइटी को जस्टिफिकेशन चाहिए. जस्टिफिकेशन के लिए रिलीजन बहुत ही आसान तरीका है. राइट. रैशनैलिटी नहीं आएगा फिर. Rationality does not mean rejection of religion. Rationality means knowing religion in right fashion. इसलिए कि कलाम भी रिलीजियस थे, कृष्णन भी, राधा कृष्णन भी रिलीजियस थे. राइट. बुद्धा भी रिलीजियस थे, विवेकानंद भी रिलीजियस थे. But they teach rational religion. Right. But today we teach ritual religion. So NHRC should promote society. This.
सर एक और, सर स्टेट क्या कर सकता है? अगर हम लोग जैसे
स्टेट का ड्यूटी है कि जो जहाँ पे गलत है वो बोले कि ये गलत है, गलत का साथ न दे. राइट. मीन्स अगर मान लो कि वो केस इंसिडेंट हुआ है हाथरस, तो स्टेट ड्यूटी वाज दैट टू डू जस्टिस, not to bury the body, to say why state should do that. स्टेट वो क्यों कर रहा है? हमें नहीं, ये नहीं, आप इसको लिंक नहीं कर सकते हैं. गवर्नमेंट विल विन इलेक्शन, इट हैज वन इलेक्शन, इट इज वेरी पावरफुल. तो व्हाट एग्जैक्टली ही इट वांट्स टू अचीव बाय दैट? सो एवरीथिंग यू कैन नॉट लिंक बिकॉज विक्ट्रीज आर गारंटेड. राइट. सम पॉलिटिकल पार्टी, बिकॉज पार्टी कितने हैं, 2 या 3 है, तो उसी में तो कोई पार्टी आएगी पावर में. तो विक्ट्रीज आर गारंटेड, देन एवरीथिंग यू कैन नॉट प्ले पॉलिटिक्स. in the name of politics. This. So state should tell when something is wrong. When state says that it is wrong, it gives a state message. This is should know. And then it gives voice to people. This. So जैसे कि मान लो मोदी जी ने बोला जब मॉब लिंचिंग हो रहा था, तो मोदी जी ने बोला कि सबका एक डॉसियर प्रिपेयर करना चाहिए और सबको ट्रीटमेंट देना चाहिए. This, suppose he gives a speech, no, that is how you speak. You say, you give a strong message कि what should be done. So when government speaks, the government should speak on whatever some of the issues happening, and if government has its own conscience, government has also its consciousness, it is aware what is right, what is wrong. And when it gives a message on that, it makes society clear. अभी क्या है, लोग confused हैं. Right. People are confused. They are not able to decide कि what is right, what is wrong. They are not able to judge it. Right. Because they are confused. Because you don't have a clear sense of rejection of something. Right. कि ये सही है, ये गलत है. So that's why it should be, let's say, done. And that is how the role of the government. Like, let's say that कि Chaura Chauri incident and Mahatma Gandhi says कि no, we would withdraw the movement. So he is very clear that non-violence is more important than protest. So you give a very clear message that see, values are more important than action. Right. And if you adhere to values, action would come. So leaders should give a very clear message to society. That's why it is called, let's say, leaders should be clear in their conscience. Exactly what they want to achieve, and when they give a message, it is straight to the society because they are at very influential position. Similarly, other people holding important positions, but that's why, let's say, it is more about rationality means society. But let's finish our human right related things.
Sir, एक और question था sir.
I guess.
जब हम
Let's separate.
So may I ask?
Yes, ask.
सर जब हम लोग इंडिपेंडेंस की बात करते हैं सर, वो तो सर कंफर्म है कि पॉलिटिकली मोटिवेटेड रहेगा चाहे कोई भी इंस्टीट्यूशन होता है, क्योंकि हम लोग सबको देख चुके हैं, बीट सीबीसी, सीआईसी, सीबीआई. सर अगर हम इन इंस्टीट्यूशंस को जुडिशरी के अंदर, मतलब जुडिशरी के पास रखे, सो इट इटसेल्फ विल बी इंडिपेंडेंट एंड ऑटोनॉमी विल बी गिवन. सर हम लोग ऐसा क्यों नहीं करते हैं? और सर एक काफी स्ट्रिक्ट कंट्रोल होगा, तो मतलब कि क्वासी जुडिशियल रोल तो नहीं रहते हैं.
Anyhow, let's write.
जुडिशरी के
No. See, checks and balances are better to have good system rather than giving power to one institution. Complete politicization, complete absolute independence we cannot have. Nobody is demanding. But if there is a murder, then at least we demand that certainly there should be FIR, it would be properly investigated, and it should reach to a logical conclusion. This. And that is not demand which cannot be fulfilled. So everything cannot be so politicized. This you should know. And it is the political system itself which should have concern for justice, not judiciary. Because justice was taught through political system, not by institution of judiciary. This you should also understand. Right. People establish a democratic system so that it can govern better. In that, judiciary is the part. So this way we should see. Anyhow, let's write. Therefore, the above weaknesses show that Nhrc faces broadly two types of problems. Nhrc faces broadly two types of problems. One demand side, other supply side. Supply side. Change paragraph. The supply side problems can be addressed. The supply side problems can be addressed by the government, which is less challenging. The demand side problems, the demand side problems demand a long-term approach of bringing socio-economic transformation in society. Bringing socio-economic transformation in society.
One side problem, socio-economic.
Socio-economic transformation in society. The problems which can be addressed by the states, by the state to strengthen NHRC. Should include following steps. First, ensuring independence to NHRC in practice. The way institutions like Election Commission, CAG and UPSC enjoy. Next, strengthening its institutional capacity in terms of first, adequate funding, appointing members having expertise in the field of human rights. Next, empowering with its own independent investigation body. Next, there should be a separate designated fast track court related to trial of human rights cases. Related cases. Next, a separate point. State Human Rights Commission should also be strengthened. So that is at state level, they play effective role. Next, human rights protection should not be only through human rights commissions. Rather, it should be the duty of administration, including police administration, to act in such a fashion that life, liberty and dignity of people are protected. Life, liberty and dignity of people are protected. Protected. Like society has advanced like anything. Society has advanced like anything. So the recommendations by NHRC. So the recommendations by NHRC. But police and investigating agencies hardly learn from such developments, as one can find how police has behaved against protesters, journalists, and different cases related to encounters. Next, NHRC with government and civil society. In NHRC with government, civil society and other institutions like National Commission for Women, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, OBC, focus more on creating awareness and taking a strong stand on cases related to casteism, communalism, intercaste, interreligious marriage, and other such cases, be it related to bonded laborers, environment development conflict, demolition of illegal houses, demolition of illegal houses, especially slums, etc. Change the paragraph. Human rights have been incorporated in Constitution and they have been propagated by United Nations. In the field of administration, its relevance is from the perspective of good governance. It is not only about transparency and accountability, but also respect to human. Since administration remains the main instrument of state for achieving public good, if it itself does not protect human rights, it would end up contributing to violation of human rights. And NHRC may not be effective enough to tackle such human rights violations, because ultimately it has to recommend to state to take action. And the matter goes again to administration. And hence, if administration at first place does not violate human rights, then NHRC can focus on some meaningful works. For instance, the administration in Uttar Pradesh enacted a specific law against protesters of CAA, and people were charged with revenue losses to government due to protest. Its end result has been losses to government. Its end result has been Supreme Court asking to withdraw cases against all protesters. Therefore, it is expected that the police should apply its wisdom. At first place. Which should have saved its own time, energy and court time, and it may have focused on some qualitative work. So this is what we can say. So much of this you cannot write, but yes, depending on question, you can write about this. This you can say. So we also tell that it is not possible that one institution can, right? one institution can address such number of human rights violation cases. When you have and administration, why administration at first place should not follow? Already you have 25 years. It may have given lots of recommendations related to this case, that case. Why don't you understand? Why don't you improve from that? Why you recur the same thing? Like if there is a lock-up death, so it is a recurrence. Why there should be lock-up death? If there is a torture, why there should be torture? Why don't you learn the other means of investigation? Right. Other means of investigation is considered as something, application of social, psychological, technological, other such aspects. This similarly arrest of people, you know how people are arrested, you can see how many things we may not be able to write, but you see how people are arrested. People are arrested without notice, people are arrested with very harsh languages spoken, the falsely implications, they are falsely implicated. So many things happen, let's say. So do we respect, let's say, that people are arrested at odd hours? मतलब अभी भी हम वो ब्लैक एंड वाइट मूवी टाइप का ही टाइम चल रहा है कि पीपल आर अरेस्टेड ऑड आवर्स, लाइक से कि एट नाइट, मिड नाइट, दिस इज हाउ पुलिस विल गो एंड अरेस्ट पीपल. डू वी रिस्पेक्ट ह्यूमन राइट्स? दिस anyhow, so if you talk, think, this is what we can say. Still one thing is left, minimum aspects we will talk it, that is amendment. So amendment was done in 2018. Composition has been changed a bit, this, and then we'll take disaster management. So let's finish here, right?
Sir, what is this third degree torture?
Third degree torture, haven't you seen in movies? Right. People are put upside down and right. This.
So what JB?
Yes.
JB movie, sir.
So third degree torture means you cannot give third degree torture. They are human. Since you cannot elicit information from them, so you are using third degree torture. Eliciting information becomes more important than right. This. So let's take up. Yes.
हाथरस वाला केस था, उसमें एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को ये काम नहीं करना चाहिए था, रात को बरी नहीं करना चाहिए था, बट सर ऑर्डर ऊपर से था. तो सर अगर ऐसा कुछ होता है कि ऊपर से ऑर्डर होता है,
आप रिजेक्ट करना सीखो. जब पुलिस रिजेक्ट करना सीखेगी, आप सीधा सीधा बोलिए ना, क्या होगा, बट कोई बोलना नहीं चाहता है. ठीक है, इट इज़ वेरी चैलेंजिंग. कल को सॉरी टू से दैट द victimizer is the victim. I shared the Bhopal case. The two parents as police, we shared that. That day they were victim. When others are victim and you have not done anything, when you become victim, nobody is going to do anything. That is how we end up creating a society. Right. So you think that कि you are a beneficiary. ऐसा नहीं होता है. This, that is the concern. So you should understand this. कोई भी कभी भी victim बन सकता है. Just it is a matter of time. So when we have not, see, when doctor protested, people told that कि doctors have never supported any other protest. So why doctors' protest would be supported? So when they have not supported cause of others, their cause would not be supported. That is what you know that. It is very clear. That's why if we have not helped, we are not trying to help create a rule of law-based society. So when you become victim, that time don't cry wolf. Right. This. कैसा हो गया वैसा हो गया. Because in peace time what we have done. That's why society should be based on, the society should continuously endeavor to improve itself. This. and it should try to give justice to everyone, irrespective of the thing that you belong to. Anyhow, it is endless game. You should know it, but you don't have to write it. Unnecessarily don't write. Simply you can write a point in your answer. Now recently it has been amended. Its composition and tenure have been changed. This. The good thing about this amendment is now it will have this women member. This. So there will be also one women member. So that is good thing. Plus other commissions have also been added since they were created late after that. They have also been added. So this way we can say that. So this they can be considered good. It will introduce flexibility because government will have more options. Because in past there used to be rigidity when only retired Chief Justice become chairman, or retired Chief Justice of High Court becoming chairman of State Human Rights Commission. So that way it means they can be considered as positive, but this is considered a bit negative. That term tenure has been reduced. Rather we generally want long tenure, but it is reduction in tenure, so short tenure is generally criticized. This you can say that. Why it was done? So basically it has been done to match with international standards. Right. As per Paris Principle, it says that NHRC should be an independent body, autonomous body, competent body. That is how it mentions. And thereafter there has been a trend that women should also be a member, or women members should also be there. So basically it is just to meet international standard. This. But tenure, as far as tenure is considered, it was criticized. At the same time, it does not address the problems related to independence and institutional standards of commission. This. So that remains. So just a short comment we can write on this. So let's write. The amendments were done. The amendments were done to match with international standards promoted by United Nations and also GANHRI, also GANHRI, Global Alliance for National Human Rights Institutions. National Human Rights Institutions, which rank national human rights commissions, on the basis of their competence, autonomy, and whether they match to international standards. International standards. International standards. In 2017, GANHRI refused to rank NHRC because of its lack of international standards. Hence, government introduced amendment to bring changes, including women representation. In 2018, NHRC was given capital A ranking, which is generally considered a top ranking. However, the reduction in tenure was criticized. Reduction in tenure has been criticized. Reduction in tenure has been criticized. As a long tenure is considered parameter for independence. However, the amendment still does not address. Major problems of NHRC. Which have been even accepted by NHRC before Supreme Court. While hearing of cases related to Manipur fake encounter cases. The Commission gave some facts before Supreme Court. Commission gave some facts before Supreme Court that first, it could not handle more than 100 cases in 1 year. But number of cases increased. Increased by 1455%. 1455% since 1995. However, its staff strength has increased. Its staff strength has decreased. Its staff strength has decreased by 16.94%. 16.94%. Next, NHRC strength in 1995 was 59. NHRC strength in 1995 was 59. In 2015 it was 49. 49. Therefore, even Supreme Court also remarked it as toothless tiger. Toothless tiger. And therefore, even if NHRC has played significant role in terms of its interventions in different sectors, including its some important publications related to Nandigram violence in West Bengal, Naxalism in Chhattisgarh, and it has, through the help of ICT, has become more active and reachable to people. But for effectively tackling the endemic nature of violation of human rights in India, it needs its transformation. So that is what it means. So I guess you will be able to answer all those questions which we wrote, isn't it? So can we say it is the watchdog of protection of human rights? So to some extent you can say this. To some extent it can be. Right. So just to end it, as we were talking all these things, from a very simple human right related case, which can be, as we told, related to family, two persons. So between two persons, it can be case related to human right violation, or let's say the two persons can fight, they may not respect human rights of each other, like say dignity of human. Or let's say that we told one day that the story we shared of that girl in Law and Order, let's say chapter, the girl and boy, and the girl wanted the boy to simply apologize. So whether police has sensitivity, because it is a matter of dignity. It is a matter of protection of dignity. So do we have the mechanism to protect dignity of people? That is a very normal case. And to a very, let's say that, very high tensed case, high level of, which you can say that inter-religious case, right, or communal rights cases, although these protests have happened, Nandigram, we told Nandigram and one more place, Singur. The Nandigram, Singur, let's say that you can say a Jat protest, and there was a gang rape during Jat protest time in, what is that locality name? I always get confused with the name of that, Murthal, or what we say that? In Haryana? Murthal, yes. So Murthal, let's say that. In Murthal there was gang rape case when there was Jat protest going on. But it was hushed up, right? So that case, let's say, can be considered. Means a normal case which is related to two persons, and a highly, let's say that sensitive case between two religion, or let's say it can be tribal cases in Naxalite infested area, or in Jammu and Kashmir, it can be related to people of Jammu and Kashmir versus security forces, and highly sensitive it is. Like one person, let's say that tied one military officer tied one person from Jammu and Kashmir, and he, let's say, saved military personnel, etc. Like, so that had also generated lots of debate. A human shield, using human shield, let's say. This. So that also generated, plus then highly sensitive case related to CA protest in Uttar Pradesh and how protesters were charged for loss of the assets. And ultimate aspect was that case. Supreme Court told that you withdraw those cases. So how we deal such cases? Do we have sensitivity? And just in break I was seeing one news in that in Uttar Pradesh, let's say, one boy has started fasting in Ramzan belonging to a Hindu family, and he's the only son of that family, and he works in a, you can say that mechanic shop, and mechanic shop belong to a different community. He has come under influence of, it can be. Now the mother has written to SP to intervene. Let's say how we will intervene. Will we respect the rights of both sides, or will we consider is that it is an act of conversion? The way cases have been dealt, that merely an act of conversion and news may result into like people, let's say gathering like anything. So you as a also officer, means when you will become officer, how you will be able to deal with sensitivity, that will remain a challenge. Right? Because can we protect the rights of both sides? Or we presume already that one is guilty, other is innocent? Or we will be able to ensure that the person, he wants to decide his religion or faith on his basis, can we be able to ensure it? Or we will be bringing under our, let's say that propaganda, or our, let's say policy that conversions are being deliberately done. So this is what, let's say, challenge, and that is how the challenge also to Human Rights Commission, this scenario. And by this we'll finish this. So after human right, we'll take disaster, means disaster management. Before that, just I want to give a very brief aspect of just to eliminate some other doubts from your mind or other things to clear it, because those things are not basically taught when subjects are taught, and those things create some problems in understanding, like say be it Human Rights Commission, be it criticism to government, or be it, let's say that a particular law enacted by the government. So the basis for people giving more emphasis on rights versus others, it goes related to the way state has been created. You can understand it better only when you know about the state, why state was created, and why, let's say that people, let's say that created a state, and why they wanted to be governed by the state. What should be the role of the state? What should be the role of the government? What will be the rights of the citizens? So those things will give you more clear understanding why we give more emphasis on rights of people. Right? State is a state is an entity which just came quite later. Right? First, rights of people existed. Right? Civil society existed. Many such groups existed before emergence of a state. So when a state has been established, so a state should govern in such a way that it is able to protect the rights of the people. A state should not protect its own rights. For that, a state was not established. Right? A state has been established to protect the rights of the people. Even one person right is important. So the philosophy of the greatest good to greatest number from Machiavellian perspective, from Hobbesian perspective, so those things have been rejected. They told that states should be given absolute power and people should have the power only limited. A state should have absolute power. Those powers were rejected. by Locke, by Rousseau, by other, let's say, like liberal thinkers. And they told that no, people should have the powers and they would establish the state. And that is how in his Liberty book, John Locke went on writing that people can rise against the state and people can overthrow a state if they are not satisfied by the state, its performance. So government is a temporary existence, people are permanent, rights are permanent, but government is a temporary entity. But when we have started giving emphasis on security aspect, many other things aspect, hence in that scenario what we are trying to do is that we are trying to make government something as permanent, government something as superior, government whatever it does is good for people. So these things are quite contrary to what state was established. And that is how the friction you will find between the government and the judiciary. Because judiciary is working on still that principle. And therefore judiciary will go and protect the right of even one individual. But government, since government can manipulate many things and it can convince people, since government is based on support, the government can have support of people. So then majority rule can be majoritarian rule. There is a thin line of demarcation. Democracy is also by majority. Government should enjoy majority, but when that majority becomes majoritarian, right? So there is a very thin line between that. So government may often misuse that. It can blur and it can misuse. Every time court cannot intervene. In every case court cannot intervene. So that is what, let's say that when institutions have been established, so when other institutions have been established, be it CAG, UPSC, Human Rights Commission, whatever the states have established their institutions, they have also been established to what? For what they are being established? To protect the rights of people. You can imagine, means rights are so important, even Nhrc is established to protect the right of. National Commission for Women is set for protecting women's rights. Scheduled Caste Commission, Scheduled Tribe, OBC, other you can see there are n number of commissions for protecting the rights of people. Plus you have, let's say, CAG, to uphold the accountability of government. Right. Election Commission, ensure free and fair elections. So that way, let's say the rights are so important that once we shared you that in case of in Gujarat, in Kutch area, there was one polling booth for one voter, and there were polling booth officers. They waited for the person to come and vote. हम और आप ही रहें तो क्या बोलेंगे? इसको बुला के लाओ. No.
हम ही दबा देंगे.
Yes.
फोन करके पूछ लेंगे किसको डालनी, हम ही दबा देते हैं.
Just try to imagine, right? Means they are waiting for, they are not coercing. सोचो कितना, how finer level of thing you are trying to protect democracy. No? You do not want to coerce that person. To come and vote. Let the person come, vote. They wait for that person. Right. ये है democracy, highest ideal. Right. So that is what, let's say, you have to understand, rights of the people. So that's why whatever the things are happening, you can see in that light. But yes, there can be other way of governing, as we have told you. The governments think that no, they are powerful, they will decide that what we decide, you accept. We know how to govern. And we know better than citizen. Right. And that is how there is friction. Farm bills. The farm bills is a friction between Government knows how to govern, led by those intellectuals and academicians, policy advisors, plus farmers. तो जब फार्म बिल्स प्रोटेस्ट शुरू होता है तो क्या क्या बोला गया? दे डू नॉट नो, दे आर नॉट अवेयर, ये वो, एंड दे आर डिराइडेड इन मीडिया ऑल्सो, कि उनको पता नहीं है एग्रीकल्चर के बारे में, दे डू नॉट नो अबाउट MSP, दे जस्ट वांट टू हैव दिस एंड दैट. तो बेसिकली लेट्स से दैट कि देयर विल बी एफर्ट टू डिराइड पीपल, दैट कि फार्मर्स आर इलिटरेट पीपल, फार्मर्स डू नॉट नो, राइट. So, but let's say that they protested. Although there can be politics, we cannot rule out politics, vested interest, whatever. But you cannot also rule out the fact that no, you cannot consider this that people do not know, and those who govern, they know. Right. It can be, let's say, people also know, people may not also know each and everything, and they may not know the best. Right. State, so it knows best, but it may not always know also. It's always, that's why the state and people, it should be two-way process, and nothing should be absolute. Everything is relative. That should be, means there should be scope for flexibility also. So these things should, let's say that these things guide the relationship between state, citizen, whatever the intermediaries, institutions that we create by state, and that's why rights of people are given always preference over any other thing. Because rule of law का third जो principle है, primacy of rights of people over any other rights. This you should know that. Because law has been made for people. People are not made for law. The law is merely a means to ensure convenience. Right? The law should not take the life of people. And law should not be imposed in absolute fashion. Because the law has been made for convenience of the people. Maintain order in the society. Like traffic rules. The traffic rules should be adhered. But at times you know that there can be some different scenarios. An ambulance is coming, you have to let it go. A person can have not an ambulance, but person can be in emergency, death-like situation. Person should be let go. Isn't it? Because law cannot be absolute. It is for people. The law should not take life of people. Like security protocols were made. The security protocols were made in past, and even ambulance was not allowed to pass. But then now security protocols have been changed, and ambulance will be allowed to pass. So when we did it, when we have loss of some lives, then we realized that no, it should not. So that is what we have to understand. Yes, the way you have to understand in answer where to take a stand and where to be is subjective. Similarly, let's say that it is also not universal. At some places, rights of people become more important. But at some other places, state rights also become important. Like state can invoke section 144 to maintain order, but state cannot invoke it in perpetuity. So state has right to invoke, but again it has limitations. This we can say that. So that's why we need to understand human rights sectors.